Hello, everyone, and welcome to the second test from Cape Town of this India tour of South Africa. Welcome back to Bescheuertes Kurzes Bein and a Happy New Year to everyone. And please welcome Adit, who will join us for at least the first session of this test. Hello, Adit. How are you?
Hello, yeah, I'm good, thank you, and hello everyone. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, to you, Leia, and to everyone else.
Exactly. Thank
Uh,
you.
yeah, yeah. It's been a fairly good festive period for the South African team. Would you say, having absolutely shellacked India in that first test?
Absolutely, absolutely. The only worry or disappointment for South Africa will probably have been Dean Elgar not making his maiden double
Mm,
test century um, in his last match at his home ground. Probably
yeah,
the
that's
only
right.
worry.
His highest score is on 199, isn't it?
Exactly.
Uh, but Yes, but a 100 his 185 was definitely the the innings that turned the match. Him and Marco Jansen, and of course, we also had Rabada and Berger roll through the Indian batting lineup.
Absolutely.
Uh, yeah, so where did you think it went wrong for India, and
Um,
what do you think they need to do better this time?
Well, first of all, of course, the batting is a concern. On the first day of the test, only KL Rahul was
Mm,
actually able to bat. He is was the only Indian batsman to cross 40 in the first innings. He made probably his best century of his test career, 101. Um, but the problem was the bowling. We had Shardul Thakur making a
mm.
century um, in the South African innings, taking only one wicket for 101 runs. And there are some economy rates to be concerned about in that bowling lineup. We had Ziraj with an economy of nearly 3.8. Krishna
Mm.
had a bowling economy of 4.65. Krishna has been dropped for this second test.
No, I think it
No.
looks like he's still playing.
Oh, no, no.
Uh,
Shardul Thakur has been dropped.
Shadow Tucker,
Sorry.
yes.
Yes, yes. As has Ashwin, India's most economic bowler in the first test. Let's go through the teams. We do have three changes for South Africa. We have Lungi Ngidi coming in for Gerald Coetzee. We have Tristan Stubbs, who replaces Temba Bavuma, who was absent hurt during the South African innings in the first test. And interestingly enough, Keshav Maharaj, left arm spinner, comes in for Keegan Peterson, who is a top order batsman.
Yes, it's one of those strange things, isn't it? And
Yes, exactly.
it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, so it seems like South Africa is continuing with the allergy towards playing specialist batter at number 7.
Mm.
Obviously Janssen batted well in that last match, but still got to still got to notch a few more good innings under his belt to really have that all-rounder status. But yeah, it's and in terms of what you were saying with Ashwin being dropped, I think Jadeja was supposed to play in that last test, but he got sick or something. So
Yes.
Ashwin was the last minute replacement.
Yes.
And in that first test, Ashwin batted at 7, didn't he? And even the head of Shadow Taco, which at least nominally Shadow uh, is an all rounder, so I'm not sure how he would have felt about that. But anyway, Jadeja's batting 7. Oh, so did you want to go through the Indian team?
Oh yeah, no, the Indian lineup is except for 2 changes unchanged. We have Jadeja, as you said, coming in for Ashwin, and we have Mukesh Kumar coming in for Shardul Thakur. Well, but I think you can argue that Ashwin is also an all-rounder, because speaking to English fans, they would never argue that what's his name? The hero of 2005, Freddie Flintoff. Freddie Flintoff is an all-rounder. He has 5 Test centuries and 3 Test fifers. Ashwin also has 5 Test centuries, but he has over 30 Test fifers as well. So,
Okay. Yep. Yeah, that's fair enough. And yeah, the kind of definition of who is and isn't an all-rounder is always a little bit vibes based.
yes, exactly.
Like people try and use the above 30 average batting, below 30 average bowling, and that turns up with some weird results. But yeah, I mean, obviously Ashwin is a batter. Whether or not he should be batting at 7 in place of Jadeja, I would definitely prefer to have Ravi Jadeja batting at 7, and if possible Ashwin at 8. But yeah, it's a strange strategy that India usually are going through in what they call senile countries, where they have to pick between Jadeja and Ashwin, whereas I think Ashwin is probably just good enough to bowl anywhere and gives you handy runs.
Yes, he is indeed the mad scientist of spin bowling. I would say. Yes, toss news. South Africa have won the toss and will bat first. Dean Elgar, captaining in his final Test appearance for South Africa for the time being. Because Themba Bavuma, as we said, is out of the 11, who was the nominal captain in the first Test. So that's a nice send-off for Elgar, I think.
Yes, definitely. And good on him for drawing the line in the sand that he will be captaining this Test, but not the New Zealand Test series, which we can go through in great length later on in the game. But yeah, it's a deserving send-off for someone who has been a stalwart for South Africa for such a long time. Like, he's played with Graham Smith.
Yes,
running things at Cricket South Africa.
Oh yes, and yes, the selection, the South African selection for the New Zealand Test is well, very interesting. One might say.
Yes.
It's a historic selection, if you will, because something that happened only 2 times in the last 50 years happened in that selection. South Africa.
Which is that yes.
Yes, go on.
Which is that the player who will captain their team will also be making his debut.
Exactly. This, of course, excludes instances of a Test captain being also a Test debutant, because the nation only got Test status and is now playing in its first Test.
There was also a bit of bad timing where the planning for the New Zealand series was that Tony De Zorzi, who was playing in this match and batted really well in that first one, would open the batting in New Zealand, but at the very last minute, he got a contract in the SA20, and of course that means that he will be playing that instead of the Test matches, which is definitely making things harder than it already was.
Yes, exactly. Yes, to everyone watching or just listening, you can always get in touch with us. You can use the YouTube chat, or you can use the Twitter handle that you see on screen over there to tweet in. we'll of course monitor all these social media channels. This is basically modeled on the broadcasts of Gorilla Cricket and White Line Wireless, so you know how these things go. Yes, and we have the national anthems done. We now see the lineups: Elgar, Markram, De Zorzi, Stubbs, Bedingham, Varane, Janssen, Maharaj, Rabada, Boga, and Ngidi for South Africa. Elgar captaining, and
Varane is wicketkeeper.
Varane is the wicketkeeper, yes, exactly. And India go with Jaiswal, Rohit, Gill, Kohli, Shreyas, Rahul the keeper, Jadeja, Bumrah, Siraj, Prasid, and Mukesh. Rohit Sharma is, of course, the captain. And India will have to bowl first in this match. According to reports from the ground, the pitch looked very, very green in the lead up to the test, but today on match day we have reports of severe cracks in the surface, meaning that spinners might come into it as the match progresses. And yes.
I was looking if there were any quotes from Dean Elgar about the toss, but I can't find any. So Cricinfo was saying there are big cracks that could get bigger in the baking heat, almost Waka-like, as Jasprit Bumrah is running into bowl to Aiden Markram for the first ball, and that's defended for no run. Yes, sir. I guess we're expecting a bounty track that also cracks up. So
also very, very interesting to see how the Indian bowling attack that was very, very inconsistent during the last test will go today. Bumrah probably being the one to shoulder most of the burden.
Yes, and that one is dragging in quite far into Aiden Markram, who turns it into the leg side, and they're on 2. So Markram gets off the mark, South Africa get off the mark, 2 for none, 2 balls into the match, as we see magnificent views of the Table Mountains in Cape Town. It's definitely one of those bucket list cricket grounds for their spectacular views alongside Dharamshala, as Jasprit Bumrah comes in again over the wicket to Aiden Markram. This time it's outside off, and the ball moves a little bit away from Markram and is defended to the offside for no run.
Yes, and it is good to see that there are 3 slips and a gully to Jasprit Bumrah in the early stages of this innings.
That's just the fine leg in the deep.
There is a mid-wicket, mid-off, and mid-on. A gully and a point to Bumrah.
Bumrah into Markram again, and this time it beats the outside edge, just misses the off stump. Aiden Markram was very lucky that the ball hit neither of those things, but there's no run.
Yeah, and
I should also check how far ahead of the feed am I?
About 2 to 5 seconds. So this is this is not a problem. Yep. This is not a problem. There was a excited reaction from first slip on this ball that beat Markram's edge.
Jasprit Bumrah in again over the wicket to Aiden Markram, and again Markram walking down the pitch this time. The ball just beats the outside edge. There's understandably some excitement and enthusiasm in the slips cordon, but like we can definitely say that there's definitely something in the pitch, right, Leah?
Absolutely, there is. I would say there is both swing available to Bumrah here with the new ball, as well as seam movement.
Yeah, as we see the replay of that, the ball straightened up just before it reaches Markram. Last ball of the over, what's well left by Markram on the offside for no runs. So South Africa and they're over on 2 for none.
Yes, and well, encouraging early signs for the Indian bowling attack, but they will need to make the most of the new ball here, I think. They will need 2 early wickets, I think, as they need to restrict South Africa to a very low total here. If there is something in the pitch, as this,
Alternatively,
yes,
the Indian batters could just show up because obviously they're a high quality batting lineup, and it's just a mystery why they all disappeared, like, with the exception of KL Rahul in the first innings and Virat Kohli in the second.
yes, but I think if the South Africans struggle here in home conditions, one would say that it's even more problematic for the Indians.
It's a very good point. Mohammad Siraj is also taking the new ball, bowling to the left-handed Elgar. This one is outside leg, and there's one of those appeals from KL Rahul and the Corden when the ball drifts down leg, usually in white ball games, to convince the umpires that it wasn't a wide. Of course, test match, so they wouldn't be called, but they make that appeal anyway. But there's no run.
Yeah, it's exactly one of those tactical appeals to save a wide in a white ball game. Yes.
There was a lot of movement there.
Yes.
In towards the left-handed batter. Second ball of the over, and this time it's defended to the offside. It's a good length. I think there was maybe a little away movement off the pitch. It's defended to the offside for no run.
Yes, and it's very good to see that Siraj also gets movement.
Yes, and especially at the pace that he has. I noticed, Leia, that you expressed some disappointment towards India losing their first test, and of course that means that they can't win this series as Siraj is coming into Elgar again, and this one is right at the body. It's jagged into the left-handed batter, and it's hurried him, but Elgar managed to dig it out at the last second for no run. Yeah, so of course this is India's final frontier. They've never won a series in South Africa. Is that something that you would have liked to have seen, Leia?
Well, I mean, it's always fun to witness history being made, like the spectacular 2019 Sri Lanka tour.
This one drags into Elgar. It's back of the length and it balloons towards the mid-wicket region, but over the head of all the fielders.
Yes.
So Elgar gets off the mark. South Africa are 3 for none, but obviously that's encouraging signs for the Indian team. And yeah, it just looked like it hit the gap between short mid-wicket and mid-on.
Yeah, and it was a bit. They were a bit too close to really catch that, I think. But I think about the Sri Lanka series with that Kusal Perera innings.
Yes, and that one's left outside off by Aiden Markram, no run.
This one was a bit wider from Siraj, and Markram had no chance of getting back onto that.
You're referring to the historic win from Sri Lanka in South Africa. Siraj bowls the last ball of this over, and that's defended to the offside for no run. South Africa are 3 for none at the end of the second over.
And I mean, the most disappointing thing about that first test from an Indian perspective was probably that they were rolled over inside of 3 days.
Yes. Didn't even need to make South Africa bat again.
Exactly. It was an innings defeat. It didn't even stretch into the 4th day. I think that was the most disappointing aspect of this loss for the Indians, and we had interviews with Rohit Sharma over the break, and he said that he was desperate, that India were desperate to win in South Africa.
Well, I'm sure it would have been because India have been touring South Africa post-apartheid, of course, since 1992. Jasprit Bumrah begins his second over, and that's drifting outside in Elgar's offside and left alone. And yeah, so like it was for the all conquering Australian team, with the exception of winning in India. That's why the 2004 series win meant so much to them. This Indian team, which should be all conquering because they're definitely good enough to be doing it, this is still an itch they can't scratch as Jasprit Bumrah comes in again, and this one moves wildly to Elgar's offside of the pitch. Again, left alone, no run.
Yes, there was a lot of seam movement of that. There was a bit of swing early on, and then it jagged. It just jagged off the edge. This seems to be a very, very spicy pitch. The field is basically unchanged for Bumrah.
The ball of the over, and this is Fuller and hitting Elgar on the pads, possibly an edge though. Some slight excitement from the bowler, and a classic wry Elgar smile. The DRS timer pops up, but I don't think the Indians are interested in reviewing. But
Judging
this time it was the movement into the left-hander, right?
Yes, and he got bad onto that and played it into his own foot. On the full,
Bumrah over the wicket to Elgar again. This time it pitches outside leg, but it reaches Elgar on his offside, and that's driven, not fully timed, but through the gap between cover and mid-off, and Elgar manages to run 2. He moves on to 3, and South Africa are 5 for none.
Yes, as we see another replay, yes, there's definitely an ultra edge. It's a full toss, and Elgar gets bad onto that and plays it into his own foot. Good decision not to review that one.
Absolutely. Another one that pitches outside leg and reaches Elgar well outside off, and that's an attempted pull shot. It was a shorter ball, and but again, no timing and mid wicket. There's no run.
Yeah, and thus.
But
yes, do go on.
I was going to talk about the India not being able to win in South Africa, as I'll wait for Bumrah's last ball, which again is left by Elgar on the offside, and South Africa are 5 for none. Markram on 2, Elgar on 3. So obviously this is a 2-match series, and given that South Africa have won the first one, it means that there is no way for India to win. And I don't know what your editorial standards are at Beschweizer's Kurzesbein, but I'm not fully neutral in this series, because I kind of treat the Indian, especially the men's team, as kind of like a Paris Saint-Germain in football, in that like they're obviously better resourced than everyone else, but there's one thing that they really, really want to win, but they can't.
Okay.
As Siraj continues in his 4th over. Time over the wicket to Aiden Markram and left alone on the offside. So I don't know. Just like how I always found it a little bit funny that PSG can't win the Champions League, which they are absolutely desperate to. I couldn't help but feel some Schadenfreude, both in the World Cup, which India was desperate to win on home soil.
Yes.
And this series as well.
Well, the editorial stance is obviously we are neutral here. Or we try our best to be neutral here.
This one's edged by Markram, and that's taken at second slip. And lovely movement through the air by Mohammad Siraj, and Markram, who tried to prod defensively. Uh, yeah, the ball just gets his outside edge and it flies to the cordon where it's nicely taken by.
Yes,
Just has to be just well.
yes, it looks like it's third slip, isn't it?
Yes, third slip. Yes, and a nice low catch to Jaiswal's left.
Yes, that kept awfully low. He just got an outside edge onto that. The ball kept very, very low, and Jaiswal on at third slip dove to his left, took it about 10 centimeters off the ground, but Aiden Markram has to go. He has to go for two. South Africa 5 for 1, and Aiden Markram has outcaught Jaiswal Bolt Mohammad Siraj for 2, which brings in the number 3, Tony De Zorzi.
Yes, Tony De Zorzi and those lovely dreadlocks of his. I think that wicket and how the pitch has been behaving so far begs the question: do you think this match will go for more than 3 days?
I think a lot depends on how the pitch develops on the second day.
So this is De Zorzi's 5th Test match. He is averaging 28.4 from his 6 innings. He's made an 85. Yeah, so obviously still early in his Test career at age 26. How do you think he batted last game, Leah?
I did not really see that much of De Zorzi during the first test, I will have to say, because it was over the holidays and I was with family, so I could only see a few overs or half sessions here and there. I will have to say that he was looking a bit uncertain during the one-day internationals.
This time, Mohammad Siraj bowls over the wicket to the left-handed De Zorzi, and it straightens up and doesn't miss De Zorzi's off stump by that much, but that's left alone for no run.
He made his maiden one-day international 100 during the series, but there were a lot of his style was a lot of swing and miss.
So, I mean, I heard reports that his technique is nice to watch. Ooh, as this one barely clears De Zorzi's middle stump. It's one that cut back in off a good length, and it kind of got more bounce than I think Siraj and De Zorzi and the keeper expected. But, yeah, great line, great length here from Siraj.
Very, very attacking line and length from Siraj, who obviously has his tail up.
Yes, you would expect nothing less from Mohammad Siraj. As fifth ball of the over, again over the wicket to the left-hander, and that's left alone on the offside. Yeah, it's as much as I hate him saying this, is what Damien Fleming would call the avenue of apprehension.
Is the avenue of apprehension the same as the corridor of uncertainty, as Boycott would call it?
So Damien Fleming has made what he calls bowlology, which he supplements with many of these alliterative nicknames. Siraj, that ball was on the leg side and an attempted flick by De Zorzi and taken by KL Rahul on the leg side. There's a spirited appeal. They're actually talking about reviewing. Are they getting together, or is it just the end of the over? No, it's the end of the over. They're switching ends. So yeah, South Africa are 5 for 1. Again, it's one of those. I swear this is not a wide umpire type of appeals, but it was a bit more spirited than normal.
And watching the replays, I'm not really sure. No, I don't think he hit that. It might have flicked the pad. Yes, as we see the
That brushed the
replays.
pad.
Yes, brushed the pad. As
Um,
yeah, as we see the Zorzi practicing his flick after that close brush with the wicket.
Bumrah to continue to Dane Elgar, and this one is a Yorker on Elgar's middle stump, and that's defended stoutly as Dane Elgar has made a made a lengthy career out of, being that stodgy, steadfast opening batter.
Yeah, not the most aesthetically pleasing defense here from Elgar as he almost falls over.
Bumrah into Elgar again and flicked off his hips to the fielder at fine leg for a single. Elgar is now on 4, and South Africa 6 for 1.
Yes. Much better start from India than during the first test, bowling-wise, I would say.
Where do you think India's bowling fell down in that first test?
I think their inconsistency was the real problem. There were great overs in there, but then again there were too many looseners, too many loose overs, which ultimately gave Elgar the chance to make that 185.
Running in this time over the wicket to De Zorzi, and that's left alone on De Zorzi's offside, and it looks like he's leaving on length because line-wise it wasn't too far away from the stumps, but it did clear the stumps by a fair margin.
Yes, and what I find interesting that is that KL Rahul actually stands very, very wide to some of the deliveries from Bumrah here.
Yeah, you're right. It's almost at a conventional first slip, and
Yes.
this time it's full to De Zorzi, who flicks it to the leg side, and that's fielded at backward square leg for 2. Zorzi gets off the mark. He moves on 2, and South Africa now 8 for 1.
Yes, exactly.
So do you think this is the positioning of KL Rahul is to account for the movement of the new ball?
I would assume so. Otherwise, Bumrah is not really angling it that much across the batsman
Well, he's
from
switching
his
to
run up.
switching to around the wicket this time, and this time it grabs the leaning edge of Zorzi. There's also an appeal for LB. It's full and on the pads. The decision from Ahsan Raza, the umpire, was no. Rohit doesn't seem interested in a review. But again, we see the ball beating the bat.
I'm not sure if I wouldn't have reviewed that one. I think it hits him in front of middle, a bit to the leg side, and it might
agree
well
with-
have been umpire's call.
Yes, as that one dragged away off a good length from the left-hander who defends it back to the bowler. Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I think that was going off, going down leg side, as that's the end of the 5th over. South Africa 8 for 1.
Yeah, but
Wise choice not to review.
no, I'm saying the opposite. I think he should have reviewed it because I think it, of course, it went down towards leg stump, but from what I saw, I think it would have been umpire's call, so India would have retained the review. I don't think it missed leg stump. It would have missed leg stump. I think it would have been umpire's call.
Well, I suppose Rohit decided not to review. Well, the there wasn't any of the major conferences
Mm.
that we tend to see when there's a tight call. Siraj bowling to Elgar this time, and who flicks it slightly aerially onto the leg side, and and it goes towards the fielder at short leg, which is the skipper himself, Rohit Sharma, uh, and ball bounces maybe a meter ahead of Rohit.
Mm.
Definitely a good call to have a short leg. Rohit was going for the one hand, one bounce, but even if that rule had been in, no, well, it wouldn't have been out because
Yeah.
it hit Algar and the thigh pad. But anyway, they're still creating chances as Siraj is bowling to Algar again on the leg side. And again, it's fielded by Rohit. A run.
Yes. That last one, that last maybe a chance, missed the bat altogether, hit him on the thigh pad, ballooned up, and Rohit dove forward, couldn't get a hand to it. But encouraging for India's bowlers that he has a short leg in.
It's not often that we see the captain himself at short leg as and that's bowled him.
Oh,
Mohammad Siraj bowls back of length, and there's an attempted cut shot from Dane Elgar, but all he does is cut it onto his stumps. The bails go
yes.
flying everywhere, and South Africa are 8 for 2.
Yes, and there's also a leg slip in place for Elgar here. So very attacking field, but in the end, it's he drags it on, and South Africa are 8 for 2, and the captain Dean Elgar has to go for 4. He's bowled by Mohammad Siraj, and that should bring in at number 4 the
It's a
debutant.
Tristan Stubbs.
Yes, the debutant for South Africa, Tristan Stubbs.
Yes, well, he'll be entering the match at a very precarious situation. And well, we already saw a debutant in the Australia versus Pakistan game today, and he got out second ball for a duck.
Oh,
That was Saeem Ayub replacing Imam ul Haq. So it won't take much for Tristan Stubbs to be the best performing debutant in a men's test match today.
yes. He's just 23 and has played 16 first class matches. He averages 44.6. He has 150 and 400s and a high score of 132, which is not bad in this day and age, I would suggest.
Not at all. As Mohammad Siraj bowls to Tristan Stubbs, facing up to his first ball in his Test match career, and that's defended solidly for no run.
Yes,
Yeah,
still 3
yes.
slips in for Siraj.
And if anything, that's probably not enough. Like, yeah, with the ball moving the way it is, and the pitch behaving the way it is, and of course the quality of Umrah and Siraj, it's very much warranted this attacking field. Siraj into Stubbs again, and this time it's defended onto the offside. There's a scamper as the ball is fielded by the fielder at cover, but Stubbs gets off the mark, gets his first test run, avoids being the joint worst debutant in a test match on this calendar day.
Yes, but interestingly enough, the leg slip has come out for Tristan Stubbs.
So I think the setup for Daniel Elgar's wicket was we had 2 balls on his leg side, and then the ball that bowled him was quite far outside off, which drew the errant cut shot. I think maybe the the tactics to the other South African batsmen would be a bit different. This one, it's left alone on a good length on the offside, the run,
Yes, and
the
that
end of the sixth over.
exactly that ends the sixth over, and South Africa are wobbling a bit on 9 for 2. 1 run and 1 wicket from this sixth over. Dean Elgar
It does
fell.
look like
Yes,
it does look like a major difference between this match and the previous one is that Mohammad Siraj is bowling much better in this second test.
exactly. In the first test, he took 2 wickets, conceded 91 runs. He bowled exactly 1 maiden in his 24 overs and had an economy of 3.79.
Thanks. As Bumrah is continuing for his fourth over into Stubbs, and that's on his pads and defended to the offside. There's another scamper for a single, but Stubbs slides, but would have made it home anyway. He moves on to 2. He joins Tony Dezorzi. South Africa now in double figures, having
Ooh,
lost their 2 wickets.
10 for 2 South Africa, yes.
So I think Pakistan today were 4 for 47. So let's see if South Africa can beat that.
Oh, I haven't looked at that scorecard too closely yet. Yes, an update to the listeners. Pakistan
Bumrah
made
around the wicket to Dezorzi, and that defends to the offside for no run. Yes, Leah?
Yes, Pakistan made 313 all out, and Australia are 6 for no loss after 1 over on the first day. Australia trailing by 307 runs. Both Pakistani openers making ducks.
Yes, none of 2.
Yes.
And so with Bumrah coming into the Zorzi, and this time it's down leg side. Good take by KL Rahul, one-handed on the leg side, but it's no run. Yes, sir. Some of the highlights from Pakistan's innings was they got skittled for 4 for not very much, and then Muhammad Rizwan comes in at number 6. It's a freewheeling 88 as Rizwan is wont to do. Unfortunately, he and Aga Salman get out after reaching the half centuries. And then there was a massive 10th wicket partnership where Amir Jamal scored 80 something
Yes.
to as Bumrah bowled shorter this time on the offside and left alone by Dezorzi. So I think Pakistan were 9 for 220 or something, and then got bowled out for 313.
Yes, 9 for 200, 9 for 227, and then the end was 313 all out. Yes. Dezorzi is really practicing his theatrical leaves here.
Time he doesn't leave the ball. It's defended to the offside and picked up by Jaiswal again on the bounce. No run.
Yeah, but the last ball, that was a very, very Steve Smith or Manus Labuschagne leave. Very pronounced.
Well, it was defended first, but then he did the lightsaber.
Yeah.
As last ball of Bumrah's fourth over. Around the wicket to Dezorzi. That's a bouncer. And Dezorzi just ducks. And no run. So 7 overs gone. South Africa 10 for 2.
Yes, and reminder to the listeners, you can always get in touch with us on the YouTube chat and on Twitter over there. Yes, I'm still calling it Twitter. It's the one instance of dead naming I'm very, very fine with.
Well, yes, its name was changed very much. Without the consent of the people who
Yeah, it will
who
never.
I guess it meant the most to.
Yeah, it will never formally be renamed X because both Apple and Google require an app to have a name composed of at least 2 characters to be on the app stores.
That is incredibly fucking stupid.
Yes.
As Siraj comes in for his fourth over, and that's outside of stump and left alone by Richardson Stubbs.
Yeah, it's exceedingly stupid. As we are seeing replays of the 2 wickets that fell.
That's by Mohammad Siraj, whose figures are currently 2 for 2, and this one is drifting outside leg and collected by KL Rahul for no run.
Yes, and there is still movement for the Indian fast bowlers in this 8th over, both in the air and off the seam, I would say.
I don't know if you can get a good. Yes. I don't know if you can get a good look of Tristan Stubbs' layout, but I have a feeling that, well, I'll just wait for this ball. And this one is on Stubbs' pads and it draws something of a false shot as the ball flies to square leg for no run. I think he's got Hugo Weaving like eyes in a way that makes him look like Elrond.
He looks even like an even younger Hugo Weaving, I would say.
Yeah, so he can play Elrond in a prequel or in the Amazon series maybe.
Yeah, not to get too much into Lord of the Rings lore, but I think Elrond would have looked about the same as he did during the Lord of the Rings, during the Second Age.
Oh, yes, that was defended by Stubbs back to Siraj. Well, yes, apologies.
No,
shows,
those are the
definitely
peculiarities
shows
of
my
immortality.
ignorance on these matters.
Yes, as we have a message from Jess, she will be joining us later. She just came home. All right.
Fantastic. Yeah, I'm happy to wait out the hour and when or just when Jess is ready,
Yes, okay.
whichever is later. There's a brief conference between Rohit and Bumrah, and batters are having a bit of a conversation in the middle. Tristan Stubbs looks like he's wanting a new bat. It's only faced 10 balls, if that. 7 balls.
Let me.
And it's not like he's played very many shots, but maybe it's the
Let's see.
in the meantime, I'm happy to report that the match seems to be very well attended. And
Yes, a lot of
does
people
look
on the
like-
banks.
as Siraj bowls to Stubbs again, and this time it gets Stubbs' outside edge. The ball flies to short third, where it's fielded by Ravi Jadeja. No run. For a single, sorry. And Stubbs moves to 3, and South Africa to 11.
Yeah, almost looked like the gap between third slip and gully almost. Maybe a very forward gully. Yeah, Desorzi on 2 having faced 14 deliveries, Stubbs on 3 having faced 8 deliveries, and Siraj now with figures of 2 for 3.
And this time it's on Zorzi's off stump, and that's defended to the leg side. Well stopped by Rohit at short leg. no run. South Africa are 11 for 2 off with 8 overs gone. It doesn't seem like it's very common for the captain to station themselves at
Boot
one of the
Hill.
close-in fielding positions. I do remember Pat Cummins strapping on a helmet late in one desperate Test match at some point, which I can't quite remember, but it doesn't happen very often.
No, no, exactly. I remember Alistair Cook fielding in close at either short leg or point.
Was this as captain or
As
before?
captain, yes, as captain. I remember because he had a very, very interesting grill on his helmet for the infielding.
Well, I'll ask you how in what way that was interesting after this ball, which is defended by Tristan Stubbs off Jasprit Bumrah for no run. Yes, how was
It
Alistair
it
Cook's
it's
grill particularly interesting?
it went even lower than a normal batting grill, and it came out in the front. It looked almost like an ice hockey goalie's grill.
As Bumrah bowling into Stubbs again, and this time ball jags very far back. It pitches maybe about a meter outside off, and it impacts Stubbs on off stump. There's a loud call for LBW. Rohit Sharma is having none of it though, in terms of whether they are going to review. It did look very high, to be fair,
Mm.
but yeah, there was a whole heap of movement in the air and more so off the pitch. Did you make of that, Leia?
Yes, it almost hit him in the throat. There, I mean, it hit him above. It hit him above the knee roll in the replays. It was a very. I think it was a very
Well, this
bouncy
one's popped
delivery.
up by Stubbs, and he goes straight to the fielder at short leg. It is Rohit Sharma, and Tristan Stubbs is out. He's out for 3 off 11. Caught Rohit, bowled Bumrah. South Africa 11 for 3 in the ninth over,
Yes,
and
and I would say this time the Indian bowling attack definitely showed up.
they're showing up to play. And well, my impression of the first test was that Bumrah was doing Bumrah things, and it was Siraj who was underperforming, and then you had the uh, inexperienced, relatively speaking, I guess, uh, Shadul Thakur and
Mm.
Prashi Krishna, not stepping up, but at the very least, both of India's more established bowlers
Mm.
uh, are, are showing up, and they're putting South Africa under an immense amount of pressure. The series
Yes,
is coming out. This is David Bedingham.
yes, and to to comment a bit on that last wicket, it was a very a classical dismissal by a catch at short leg. It was an inside edge onto the upper thigh that ballooned up, and a classic bad pat that Rohit took there at short leg, I would say.
And easy as you like.
Yes.
Uh, so David Bedingham is the new batter. He apparently has a test average of 49.5. I don't think that's off very many tests.
This is his second test.
This is
He's
second test,
played
so
one
okay.
before.
One before the match in this series.
He has. No, this is
Well, well,
this is
well,
this is the second test. The only other test is the first one at Centurion in this
well,
series.
that's a full toss, but by Jasprit Bumrah, and that hits Bedingham on this pad. It looked to me like the impact was outside off. Bedingham was trying to flick it to the leg side. The DRS timer is ticking down, and again, Rohit declines the review. It wasn't Bumrah's best ball.
Mm-mm.
Maybe worth a shout, but I don't think it was worth a review. As we see the replay, no, it hits him very much on the stumps. It hit him maybe about no, just under the knee roll on the full. I don't know. Do you reckon that would be?
There is an edge.
Would the impact would oh there was an edge, right?
There is an edge, and I think that one would have gone down. And yeah.
Well, this one hits Bettingham's outside edge and it bounces before it hits Rohit at first slip. So no, that's Virat Kohli. Sorry, first slip, and yeah,
I think LBWs to full tosses are always the funniest dismissals in any match.
yes, you're right, of course. And Bumrah bowling to Bettingham again. His third ball. This time it's flicked off his pads, fine outside leg, and KL Rahul can do nothing to stop it, and it races to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs. Just checking if that came off the bat. No, I
No,
think
I
it's
don't
given
think so.
leg buys. Anyway, runs are runs, and South Africa have 15 of them off 9 overs, having lost 3 wickets. But yeah, your love of full toss LBWs reminds me of, was it Chris Rogers who was given out LBW? It would have been given not out on review, but Shane Watson had used up all of them.
That might be. I only remember that the Don of the Yorker, as Jared Kimber once called him, Lasith Malinga, got a lot of them in the IPL for Mumbai Indians.
Well, as Siraj continues, and this one is back of the length, and it rises on De Zorzi, who defends it on the bounce to the fielder at short leg for no run. Well, David Bettingham is the first of the South African players in this match who will also be playing in New Zealand. Siraj is bowling to Zorzi again. This time it's outside leg. There's a shout from KL Rahul and Mohammad Siraj. It did look like it hit the bat. Siraj is very happy with that. And yes, it's given out.
Ooh.
South Africa 15 for 4. Is there a review?
The Indians are celebrating. The DRS timer is ticking down.
The Zorzi's walking off.
Oh.
4 for 15. 4 for 15 in the 10th over. See a replay. Yeah, I think that pretty clearly hit the bat. Easily taken by KL Rahul on the leg side.
Yes, there is.
South Africa in all sorts.
Yes, there is a definite deviation after the ball passes the bat of De Zorzi, and he is out for 2. He's caught Rahul, bowled Siraj, and South Africa are in deep trouble at 15 for 4 after 9.2 overs. Yes.
They chose to bat.
Yes. And a short comment on Bettingham. He actually declined as a T20 contract to play test matches in New Zealand for South Africa, as we see Kyle Verreynne coming in at 6 for South Africa, the wicketkeeper.
Yes, he is the wicketkeeper. That was taken off him for a while, quite inexplicably, despite the fact that he was one of the few South African batters who actually did enhance their reputations in the tour of Australia when it was given to Heinrich Klaasen instead. But thankfully, Verreynne is now back into the test team. Not that Heinrich Klaasen shouldn't be playing test matches, but Verreynne is actually a good keeper and he could actually bat. And he definitely played quite well in Australia. This time it's full on the offside and an attempted drive by Verreynne. Goes straight back to the bowler. That's yeah. So with David Bettingham, I did hear that, and I suppose this can be seen as an opportunity for him to crack into the test team in earnest. And as far as he's making a bet either way of which option would be better for his career, as Siraj is bowling to Verena again, and Verena wafts uh, at a ball that's outside off and just misses his edge for no run.
Yes, and I mean he will
The
have
fact is,
to.
not every batter can play T20. Not every player can play T20.
Mm. Yeah, and I think he has to make a mark here because has to make an impact here because as we said in the run up to the test, South Africa decided to bring back Keshav Maharaj instead of Keegan Peterson, so they brought in a spinner in place of a top order batsman.
And some away movement this time by Verena, who defends to the offside for no run.
And I'm not
Yes,
saying
well, they're definitely running out of batters now.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that India don't have concerns with their batting lineup because that batting lineup of India also has Bumrah at number 8.
I do think having Bumrah at number 8 and Siraj just last ball of that over is left alone by Verena outside off. I do think Bumrah at 8, but Jadeja at 7 is more comforting to look at compared to Ashwin at 7 and Shardul at 8. I don't know.
Nope,
What do you think?
nope.
Really?
Bumrah is a lot of things, but he is not what Gary Naylor would call a good number 8.
I I think the upgrade that India gets from having Jadeja instead of Ashwin with the bat would make up for that. But
Yeah, but I think
yeah,
yeah,
that's
I think yes, of course. Jadeja has had a very good last 2 years with the bat, much better than Ashwin, granted. But Bumrah is consistently a tail ender.
well, Bumrah the bowler is getting that one to Jag very far
Mm.
back to into David Bedingham again. It's hitting him on the pads. It might be hitting him outside off, and would definitely have gone over the stumps. But yeah, none of the South African batters are comfortable at all facing this kind of bowling.
Exactly.
Bumrah
Um,
into Bedingham again. And that's driven onto the offside, and it's past the fielder at mid-off, and the ball races to the boundary. Will it beat the fielder there? Yes, it will. That's 4 runs to David Bedingham. He gets off the mark. And South Africa are 4 for 19.
yes, and this is actually the first boundary of this South African innings, the first 4 of the match. And it goes to David Bedingham. Yeah, that was a well played shot.
Yeah, well timed. He read the line well. Put it on the half volley as Bumrah comes into Bedingham again, and that's beaten his inside edge. Hits him high on the thigh pad, and the ball trickles to the offside for no run.
Yeah, no one
And
is interested in an appeal there.
no,
That was way too high.
I do wonder how India's change bowlers will go because we have Prashid Krishna playing his second match, and Mukesh Kumar is he making his debut?
Let me see.
In
Mukesh Kumar.
as Jasprit Bumrah is bowling to David Bedingham, and this time it's defended on his off stump, no run.
No, he has played one test, and that was in Port of Spain in July 2023. He played against the West Indies in a match that was drawn.
Bumrah bowling to Bedingham again. This time it's drifting quite far down leg, and that's dispatched by Bedingham to the deep square leg boundary. And that's another 4 runs. So Bedingham moves on to 4, and South Africa on to 23. And A little bit messy by Bumrah.
And I can tell you that Mukesh Kumar took 2 wickets in that match in the first innings. Took 2 for 48 from 18 overs. He bowled 6 maidens. Was a bit unlucky during the second innings. Took no wickets, but he only conceded 5 runs. Bowled 4 maidens from 5 overs. So
all his runs came from 1 over as Jasprit bowls his last ball of his 6th over as defended by David Bedingham straight to the bowler, and Bumrah gestures to be throwing at Bedingham stumps, but he pulls out of that. So South Africa, 11 overs gone, 23 for 4. Well, those 2 boundaries have helped, but they're still in quite a hole.
Yes, these are England figures.
Yes. Well, I was talking about Pakistan earlier. They were 4 for 47, so they are over 3 times better than South Africa have been today, who were 4 for 15.
Yeah, but I mean, I think it was Bodyline T-shirts that had an England shirt that said 30 something for 4, not great, not terrible.
Mohammad Siraj bowling to Kyle Verreynne, who flicks it off his pads. Ball goes straight to the fielder at mid-wicket, but Verreynne was already set for a run, and they do get through comfortably for a single. South Africa 24, and Verreynne off the mark on 1.
Exactly, especially since the fielder at mid-wicket can't stop it cleanly. He stops it, loses it again, and they come through for a single. I think this is one of the times you can actually justify running on a misfield.
Well, Siraj is bowling to Bedingham now. That's outside off and just beats Bedingham's outside edge. No run. Siraj's figures now are 3 for 4, and he's in his 6th over. Just lovely figures.
Yes, these are pretty good figures. He has a sub 0.8 economy.
Lovely. I don't know about you, Leo, but I always tend to prefer wickets over runs. So on a pitch like this, with bowling this good, this is my kind of test match. Siraj bowling to Bedingham again. That's an attempted leave, but Bedingham pulls out of his shot. He doesn't pull out of his shot early enough as he gets bat on ball and it flies to gully for no run.
Yeah, of course. I'm always erring on the side of advantage to the bowlers in Test crickets. If there is an advantage for the batsman, it tends to be something like Brisbane 2010-11, something like that.
This one's flicked by Bedingham to backward square leg. That has run at least 1. And fielded by Bumrah. I think they just do stick to the single. Bedingham moves on to 9. It's boring, isn't it, if it's a run fest?
Yeah, I mean this Brisbane test of the 2010-11 Ashes was a very, very unusual match in that during the second innings England were 300 something for 1.
Oh God.
And it was then drawn.
Of course. Abolish the patriarchy as Siraj bowls to Verreynne again, and it wraps him on the pads, maybe. There's a protracted appeal by Verreynne, Rohit saying that it hit his bat, and counselling his bowler that and explaining why he's not going for a review. And the replay says, maybe. Probably going down leg anyway.
Yeah, but it's interesting that not only Rohit Sharma was saying to the bowler, "Don't be too excited about this one." Kohli also seemed to be of the opinion that there was bat involved, or that it would have gone down leg, something like that.
Siraj's last ball is over, and this time it's outside of stump, and Verena French cuts the ball and just misses his stumps. So South Africa finishes the 12th over 25 for 4. We see, I think Jess has joined the call, and I might rejoin after lunch.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll
thank
catch
you
you
very
later.
much, Adit. And
Yeah.
welcome to the call, Jess.
Hello. How have you been this morning?
Excellent. I mean, I'm very well, while the state is currently flooding due to excessive rain over the Christmas period. But we are relatively safe here in downtown Hanover. How are you? How have you been over the
Good. I'll answer in a moment, but Prasid Krishna comes in for his first spell of the match. I've been good. I have been out at day 1 of Australia-Pakistan, so this is I don't even want to count the hour of watching cricket, but I am not complaining at all.
I wouldn't be either. So,
fairly straight ball for the first delivery. Taken down to long leg, and we go for 1 run off the edge of the bat.
yes. And yeah, Prasid Krishna. He is in his second match. His debut came in the first test of this series, and let me see. No, that's the wrong one. He took a
straight
wicket.
ball, played defensively, right back to the bowler, no run. Sorry to interrupt.
Yes, no. In the first match of the series, Prasid Krishna took 1 wicket, conceded 93 runs from 20 overs at an economy of 4.65. But in the run-up to this test, Rohit Sharma backed him, saying that he has the talent to come good.
I mean, when you've got Mohammad Siraj bowling as well as he has, I don't think it really matters who else. Another defensive shot gets away to about mid-wicket for no run once again.
Yes, I mean, Siraj has been bowling very, very well in this match. All the Indian bowling seems a lot tighter than during the first test of the series, where they were very erratic with their line and length.
Yeah, it was surprising to see in India such a messy outfit. They are usually one of the most well-oiled machines. And a ball bounces right in front of the keeper. No out. It was very much Varane is clearly upset with himself for not making. So not Varane. Rahul. I apologise for mixing up my keepers, but yeah, Rahul not happy with himself for not making that catch.
He also seems to get hit on the right knee, rubbing it vigorously, lying down on the floor.
Oh, yeah, it comes off his glove down onto the knee. That is going to hurt.
Exactly.
Now, a bit more of an attacking shot there, but still cut off. And we have, once again, no run.
Yeah, so South Africa remain on 26 for 4. And as we see the field, the only fielder outside the circle is a fine leg for Kyle Verreynne.
I love a good test match field. Everyone near. Very few people out on the boundary. Up in the air, and it is over the field. Fielders racing away to the boundaries for no, just saves it. And Mohamed Siraj is there. 3 off it. South Africa finished 13th over at 4 for 29.
Yes, and let's see if we have any social media. Brian in Brisbane, morning there. How are things in Cape Town? Well, they're not looking that good for South Africa at the moment, Brian. They are 29 for 4 after 13 overs. And Mohamed Siraj has been bowling very, very well. Reminder to everyone listening, you can get in touch with us on the YouTube chat and on Twitter. There's the Twitter handle over there. I will be monitoring that as well.
So we are just. What have you thought of this situation so far? I know we've talked about it, but obviously we've got a break between overs to further get into a bit more analysis.
Well, there's a drinks break. Yes, there has been a lot of movement for the Indian bowlers during the first hour of this first day. There was a lot of movement through the air, both for Bumrah as well as for Siraj. But there was also seam movement on display. Batting conditions look relatively tough. I think India are on top after this first hour. The 4 wickets that have fallen tell a tale. But the Indian
I
batsmen...
think it's very hard. Oh, sorry, you go.
No, you go.
Okay. It's very hard to be 4 down in the first hour and be ahead.
Yes, exactly.
Right? You can score a ton of... even if you're scoring a ton of runs, you can only score so many runs to make it worth losing wickets cheap, and 4 wickets inside an hour is terrible.
Yes, India will be... the Indian batsmen might be a bit nervous seeing the movement on display, and the South African bowling attack is nothing to underestimate. They are really, really good, but India will have their tails up here, looking for a substantial first innings lead probably. And I think the problem with the pitch might be that it might actually dry out, so the second and third day might be the best times to bat on this one.
Yeah, I think it's almost in... Yeah, I think it was a really weird decision to bat first. I get that that's the standard thing to do, but everything here is showing that I think if India can last... I reckon India may be batting a little bit today, probably not too much. If they can last out today, I think tomorrow is a good time for them to bat, and it's going to really challenge South Africa.
Yes, and I mean, it was Rohit will probably say it was a good toss to lose this. Yeah,
especially when I think so far it's looking like South Africa did make that wrong decision. I would say we have another over for Mohamed Siraj.
Interesting.
I feel like at this point you keep bowling him until he wants to go off. He has been so good for them.
Is this a replay? No, it's not. It's
another...
Chuck
inside and given. Carverain is out 4-4. India have South Africa 5 for 29. Varane out LBW of Mohamed Siraj. But are they going upstairs?
Yes, they are.
They are. I thought on first viewing that did look pretty convincing to me. I was thinking they'd give it but let's have a look on a replay.
Oh, it's probably pitching on middle and off, and impact is in front of off, might actually go down.
Might be going down leg. We'll see. close though. I reckon it might be umpire's call.
Mm.
No edge. Clear gap between ball and pad. Ball and bat. Impact definitely in line,
And it's missing.
and it's going down leg.
So,
So-
good
No
review.
wicket. Carburetor survives. Good review from South Africa there.
And Brian says, 4 wickets, nearly choked my tea, just as South Africa seemed to be choking again on YouTube. Yeah, could have been even worse.
It's been a
Brian.
good day in Test cricket to be a bowler for the first hour of a day. It seems. The Aussies had a great fun. The Aussies
Yes.
had great fun in their tests. India's having great fun here.
Yes, I heard that they had South Africa at around the same. They had Pakistan at around the same 4-4,
Good leg
somewhere in the
from-
20.
Good leg from Siraj. Lets it go straight to. Sorry, yeah, good leg from Siraj. Varane lets it straight through to the keeper. Moving back. Yeah, that's so. It is semi-close. You see why, at least to me, and clearly to the umpires have looked out, but it is very definitely going down leg by ball tracking.
Mm. Siraj has excellent figures of.
Finds the edge. Sorry. Fuller ball from Siraj, finds the edge, but straight into the ground, fielded at slip for no run.
Yes, as we are seeing a close-up of the pitch, and as we said earlier, there are really, really pronounced cracks in the surface after it looked very, very green in the run-up to the test. So the spinners might be very well into it on the second or third day.
Yeah, I'm expecting if India can get a good second day lead, I reckon their spinners will be very hard to play in late day 3. Another good length from Siraj. Almost finds the edge, narrowly beats the bat of Kyle Varane, straight through to the keeper again for no run.
Which is an interesting dilemma for India, I would say, because they have Jadeja back. They are spinning all-rounder who is not really dependent on the pitch because he is mostly bowling darts.
Exactly. I think a lot of other spinners would make this work better, but I think India's also still in a very good position. This time splits the gap between fielders, between point and extra cover, and races away. It doesn't quite reach the boundary, and it is, let's get confirmation, 3 runs off the delivery.
Yes, and this is
Good to see a run. We haven't had one of those in a few overs again, or few deliveries against Siraj now, so good for South Africa to actually start scoring again.
Yeah, but these two will have to dig them out of a hole. I would
Yeah, they're
say.
in a very, very tough spot that I know who I want to be right now, and it's not South Africa.
Yes.
Final delivery from Siraj, taken away to the leg side for another run. South Africa finished the over 4 for 33 after a bit of a wicket scare that was overturned.
Yes, and one would say that India will feel like they exposed the tail by taking another 2 wickets. Next one in is Marco Jansen for South Africa, and after that we are already into Keshav Maharaj from an Indian perspective. So this is a really tough spot. It reminds me of the spot India were in the first innings of the first test, where they lost a lot of wickets for not very many runs.
It's still 45-ish minutes to go, but I cannot see a situation where at lunch we are saying South Africa is ahead. Another one through the same gap, through past both fielders. Asia does throw it back in for... I didn't see how many runs that was. Let me check. For 1 run.
Yeah, I mean, normally you would say to win a session, it's either make 100 runs or more, or take 3 wickets. So
yeah, I'd say batting side to be ahead. Basically, any situation for the batter better than about 2 for 100, you're probably batting side's ahead. Most situations.
Yes.
Gets a swing from Bahrain, but misses straight through to the keeper again.
And this isn't that far from the inside edge of Bahrain as it goes through the gate. There is kind of an appeal from
line.
first slip.
I'm really liking this line they're bowling. I think they've got a good chance to pick up this edge. They seem really threatening. He hasn't got anything in his first 8 balls, but I think if he keeps this up, we will be seeing another wicket soon.
Interestingly enough, India have taken out third slip. Just 2 slips for Bahrain right now.
Another defensive shot there, fielded by mid-wicket for no run.
They had a leg slip earlier, which they have also taken out. They have a gully, they have a backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep square leg, and fine leg to Bahrain.
This one is just let through. Another dot ball from Prasid. I think, yeah. Really good. I mean, 5 runs off 10 deliveries. Only the 1 boundary. I'm really liking what India's doing here. Their bowling plan seems to be working a lot better than maybe last test.
I don't think that last test the plan was the problem. I think last test the inconsistency of the bowlers was the problem. They were not able to execute the plan.
I'd agree with that. I think, yeah, the plan's looking good here, and also I think they are bowling exactly where they need to be bowling here. Like, look at that there. That was very much almost an edge right through to the keeper. Didn't quite get there, but you can't get everything, and some days things just bounce in the wrong place.
Yes, I think there was an inside edge, but it died on the way through to the keeper.
One last defensive shot, barely makes it more than about a metre from the wicket for 1 final dot ball. South Africa finish the 15th over for 34.
Yes, and we have Kyle Verreynne on 7 and David Bedingham on 12, which is so far the top score for South Africa in this innings. He's the first South African batsman to reach double figures.
You look at that batting lineup, and it is not what you want to be seeing as a South African fan at all.
Yes, and we were talking about that earlier. They actually dropped a top order batsman to bring in Keshav Maharaj as a spinner for this match.
That, I think they'll be regretting that decision. It's looking really, really shallow batting right now. Hitting on the pads, right up, but not given. Probably going down leg, probably too high. So I don't think they will review it. They are having a discussion, but probably shouldn't.
No, this is...
And they seem content to let it run down.
Yeah, I think this is definitely going over the stumps. Too high, too much bounce from Mohammad Siraj, who is back for his 8th over. And that one is the 5th wicket. Bedingham is out. He gets a ball on the shoulder of the bat. It is taken at slip. And South Africa are 34
Five
for 5.
for-
Yes, or 4
5
for 35.
Sorry,
34.
I'm too used to using the Australian
Yeah.
way of doing things. But yes, getting some almost edges. Finally got the actual edge that matters. Is right through to slip. That looked like it came up off the bat onto his arm, which I'm sure would not be pleasant.
Looking at the replay, it hit him on the right thumb, I think. It came off the thumb of the glove and was taken at slip by Jaiswal. David Bedingham caught Jaiswal, bowled Mohammad Siraj for 12.
And that is why you have gloves on.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. Too bad they count as part of the bat as long as they are in contact with the handle.
Exactly.
And
But that is not going to be pleasant without gloves on at all.
I don't
those good
think
balls
it's
coming
going
at
to
you.
be pleasant with gloves on.
No, but probably takes it from definite injury to unpleasant experience.
Okay, yes, I'll give you
Nothing
that.
nothing on chat. And Marco Jansen comes in, the final recognised batter for South Africa, which is not something you want to be saying an hour and 20 minutes into a test match.
And we have on YouTube Eleanor with us. I love that you love that joke so much. Makes me laugh every time I hear it. Which joke are you referring to, Eleanor? I'm not sure I know which one you mean. Let's see if we have anything on Twitter. Nothing there. Okay.
Bit of a delay here as Jansen makes sure to get a nice clean-up of the area in front of his stumps. And some adjustments in the field. But we are back in action, and another very straight defensive shot right back down to almost where the bowler was for Jansen's first ball faced this test. Excellent. That's just still cannot believe how good a delivery that was. And I'm realizing I think my mic's a bit close to my face. Sorry about that.
Oh, okay, it's okay. And interestingly enough, we are back to 3 slips and a gully now for Jansen.
Another edge drawn there from Siraj, but goes straight down into the ground, fielded by the slip, but no run.
Yeah, and very, very assertive tactics here from Rohit Sharma, which is always good to see after the slips.
Has to be. I think at this point, you step the foot on the gas. Do not let them get into the game.
Exactly.
If you can get a collapse here, you are in such a strong position. Just do not let any batter get in.
Speaking of not letting any batter get in, we have Jansen edging through behind to KL Rahul of a delivery outside the off stump from Mohammad Siraj, who now has a fifer in his 8th over.
5 for 9.
5 for 9, and Marco
What?
Jansen has
Figures.
out caught Rahul, bowled Mohammad Siraj for a duck. These
Once
are
again, what a delivery.
yes. Siraj
They're
is
getting these moving so well.
Siraj is on fire here, and India are into the tail, one would say, with Keshav Maharaj coming in at number 8 for South Africa. And they are in deep trouble here. This doesn't look to go to a 4th day. I can't see this match going to a 4th day. actually.
Not at all, and especially, I don't think South Africa will be batting by T. Sorry, I was holding my phone down. I don't think South Africa will be batting once we get to T.
Well, there's still 40 minutes left in the first session, and at the rate they have been going, they
may
won't
not
be
even make
betting
it
by
to
lunch.
I was trying to give them some optimism here, but I do not disagree there. But yeah, test match average of 15.68 for Maharaj. Like, he's got a test 84, but this is clearly not what you want to be.
Yes, but this is his 50th test match for Keshav Maharaj. So congratulations, Keshav Maharaj, on playing 50 tests.
Always a big accomplishment to make any milestone, but 50 is a excellent number and excellent test career for South Africa. Defended again, rolls away, and once again we have no run to end the over. What an over from Mohammad Siraj, picking up another wicket. South Africa 34 for 6.
And I didn't really see it very clearly. Does Rohit actually have 4 slips and a gully for Siraj to Maharaj here? Kind of looks like it.
Quite possibly.
There's also a point to make it even worse.
It's very much a field set to catch those outside edges, and you look at what this match has been giving us so far. South Africa have been giving away so many outside edges, it makes sense.
Absolutely. And what is
when extras is tied for your third best batter, you know you're bad.
Yes.
Another shot does not quite make it to the slips, but once again, that was a lot more assertive from South Africa, that shot there. I like that, but obviously there's not much you can do as we are treated to a replay of Mohammad Siraj's 5-wicket haul. It seems that 2024 is the year of the fast bowler so far. Pat Cummins in Sydney, Mohammad Siraj here at Newlands.
Yeah, I have to admit I'm a bit hesitant to already pronounce 2024 as the name
that
of
is
the
way
year of the
early,
fast
but
bowler.
it has been a good start.
Yes.
It's been a good start for fast bowlers in our first day of Test cricket of the year.
Exactly. We have what did Cummins take? Yeah, Cummins took 5 for 61. Not bad.
Slipping a bit. His past 2 fifers were for much lower, but also didn't help that Australia struggled to field for quite a while towards the end of that innings.
Yes, and as we are seeing a graphic on the screen confirming that these are Mohammad Siraj's best figures by a long shot. The next best are 5 for 60 in test matches.
Once you get to five wickets for single figures, I feel there's very few bowlers who that wouldn't be your best figures. Another somewhat defensive shot, but still gets quite a bit on it. Races away to the boundary for, I believe it was 2 runs. 3.
Yeah, and I think he has been the one bowling uninterrupted, so this is still basically his first spell. And I think
yes, he has. That's correct.
Yes, I think the only better spell I can recall is in 1981 when Botham took 5 for 1.
Yeah, that has been such an excellent spell, I think when a bowler's having one of those, there's very little you can do about it.
Yes, exactly. Especially this kind of run or this kind of spell, because the bats he bowled a lot of unplayable or nigh unplayable balls.
It's reminding me of, sorry to talk about Australia again, but it is reminding me a bit of that spell early, day 3, Boxing Day Ashes test of Scott Boland, just England having no response to him.
Yes.
Another edge right down into the ground for no run.
And that ends the 17th over. South Africa are 39 for 6. They took 5 runs of this 17th over. We have Keshav Maharaj on 3 of 4, Karl Verreynne on 9 of 25. Prasidh Krishna has figures of none for 10 of 3 overs. And Mohammad Siraj figures of 5 for 9 of 8.
I do wonder how much longer they can keep bowling him for, though. I imagine they will have to give him a rest pretty soon.
Yes, one would assume so. I think Rohit will replace him with Bumrah shortly, or I don't think Thakur will get an over in this first session of the first day. Seeing how the opening bowlers have gone, I don't think he'll give Thakur an over. Maybe just before lunch. Okay. So apparently we lost Jess for a second there. So I will take you through the next few overs. Let me just check. Yes. Mohammad Siraj to continue for his 9th over. As we said before, he has been bowling from the beginning, and this one is outside Verreynne's off stump. It is fielded inside the ring. There is no run. No, there's just a second. I'm a bit confused. The first one evaded gully, and they took 2. Yes, the second one was the dot. Third one is outside the off stump, defended back into the ground by Verreynne, and there is no run either. South Africa are 41 for 6 after 17 and a half overs. Verreynne on 11, Maharaj on 3. Siraj figures of 5 for 11 into his 9th over. And we have 3 slips and a gully for Mohammad Siraj to Karl Verreynne. And this one is a bit straighter onto the stumps, and this one is clipped off his legs by Verreynne. And that is another boundary. I think this is the second boundary. No, it's the third boundary of the innings for South Africa. 4 runs to Karl Verreynne, who moves on to 15. South Africa are now 45 for 6. The 50 is within their grasp. And Verreynne is out. He is out. He is caught. Siraj gets another wicket, 6, as he bowls wide outside the off stump, and Verreynne fends at it, tries to cut it, but can not evade Gill at second slip. He is caught Gill, bowled Mohammad Siraj for 15, and Mohammad Siraj has 6 wickets inside 9 overs. Verreynne has to go for 15. He faced 30 balls, strike rate of 50. And that brings in at number 9. I think Rabada should be in at 9. Yes, there he is. Rabada in at 9. Yes, I think South Africa are in deep trouble here. 45 for 7 in the first session of the first day. Mohammad Siraj has been excellent today. His best figures in an innings so far by a long shot. His previous best was 5 for 60, and now it's 6 for 15. As Rabada has to face him, and the first one is wicket to wicket by Siraj, who comes over the wicket to the left-handed Rabada. There is a kind of an appeal for LBW from Siraj, but no one else is really interested in it, as there should be an inside edge from Rabada. No one is interested enough to review that one, and there is no run. After 18 overs, South Africa are 45 for 7. As we are having a bit of a technical hiccup with our commentators, but I will keep on commentating, doing the ball by ball, as Prasidh Krishna is returning. He is bowling to Maharaj. Thus far, he has figures of none for 10 of 3 overs, starting his 4th now. First ball of the over is a dot, and the second one is a shorter one that Maharaj tries to pull or hook, misses it, flies over the top edge of his horizontal bat. It is gathered cleanly by the keeper KL Rahul, and there is no run, as there is a Kohli cam. Kohli has had more screen time. No, it's...
Hello, I'm back.
Okay, just a second.
Hello?
Yes, hello, welcome back. No problem. Can happen anytime. With the internet, it's always, or with computers, basically, it's always, it's black magic, one would say.
Exactly. And I'll be honest, I think it's my computer's had a faulty fan for a while, so it's not
Oh, okay.
particularly surprising. Even worse for South Africa, since I left, they are now down to 7 for 46.
Yes, and we have an extensive Siraj cam now. The South African broadcaster has of course, been focusing on him a lot as he is fielding
He
near the
can't-
boundary.
You can't be bowling that many more overs before they change him out, surely. He's up 9 already.
He's done 9, and yeah, I don't think they need to give him that many more overs. They have Krishna bowling now, Prasid Krishna, and so far India have used 3 bowlers: Prasid Krishna, Mohammad Siraj, and Jasprit Bumrah. Bumrah has bowled 6. I think they will go back to Bumrah in the short term, at least during this session. One would think.
Yeah, agreed. I think you can only do so much from one bowler, and he has been incredible. I understand why they're giving the extended spell, but I think they need to rest him with the hope for another devastating spell in the near future if needed. And let's have a look at who is next on to bowl for India.
Yeah, one would. I would probably take Siraj out of the attack now. Give him
Agreed.
give him the 25 minutes remaining in the session off, and have him back after lunch for a short burst of around 3 or 4 overs, if that is required.
And that is what we're getting, as Mukesh Kumar will be bowling the next over, replacing Mohammad Siraj.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Yes, Mukesh Kumar in his second test match.
Continues the same line that India have been trying for quite a while now, bowling just off stump, just a bit high. Moving away. Another very close call, but gets past the edge. Doesn't connect.
I will tweet out some updates for the viewer, for people maybe interested in it.
I'm using my phone, so I cannot see any updates or tweets or anything like that. I do apologize for
No,
that.
not a problem. Not a problem. I'm looking at it. It's all fine. But you can.
The Indian coaching staff are very intently looking at their monitors. I am sure they've got some interesting data there that they are working this off. As still more defensive shots, still no run for Mukesh Kumar through 4 balls. Such an aggressive field that they've set.
Yes, but they have been persisting with the very aggressive fields throughout the morning session here.
Exactly.
The
Aggressive field, aggressive line.
Yes. The fewest slips they had in for any batsman was, I think, 2.
And I mean, this is a plan that's really clearly working for him. Why wouldn't you keep going?
Exactly. As we have Brian in Brisbane with us on YouTube, 7 wickets. I go to get my bread out of the oven, only to return to more of a shambles. Is it more a case of poor batting or excellent bowling? Well, I would say it's mostly very, very good bowling, and mostly by Mohammad Siraj, who has taken 6 of the 7 wickets to fall thus far. Brian?
Yeah, I think, yes, there have been quite a few edges. I don't think any of them were dismissed to bad shots, anything like that. I think it's just been that Mohammad Siraj is a very good bowler, and right as I say that, Maharaj skies one out and is out 4-3 with a very questionable shot there. And South Africa fall to 8 for 46 as Mukesh Kumar gets a wicket maiden.
Yes, but you have to admit
What?
that this is the first misjudged shot, really, that resulted in a wicket.
Easily. The others have been very respectable dismissals. This is a what on earth was he thinking trying to do that in this situation?
Tries to pull, doesn't really get a good bat on it, and is out. Caught by Jasprit Bumrah, bowled Mukesh Kumar for 3 after 20 overs. South
now
Africa.
we now do have the interesting situation of India have about 5 minutes before they would have to bat before lunch, which is coming into play and probably should be keeping an eye on.
Are you sure they wouldn't take an early lunch if...
Actually, yeah, yes, they would actually probably take an early lunch with it. No, it's 10 minutes, a 10-minute change of innings, so it would be, I believe, 5 minutes would be. I'm not sure, actually. I retract that statement. I think we would go over lunch, but yeah, about 14 minutes now till lunch. 2 wickets for...
Yes, and if the South Africans can survive for a bit longer, they might actually extend the morning session.
Yes, but yeah, I can't see South Africa doing much substantial batting after a lunch break.
Nope.
At this point.
We have Burger, and the broadcaster is showing his first-class career, where he averages 11.12 with a best of 48. His
played pretty straight, right back down, and they will make 1 run, which at this point, every single run is desperately needed for South Africa.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. I now know why they showed Burger's first class record, because he doesn't have an average in test matches. This is his second test match, and his high score is not out.
Another excellent delivery there from Jasprit Bumrah, still keeping that really threatening line, narrowly beating edges. Such good bowling. That is not a graphic you ever wanted to broadcast display. Lowest first innings totals by South Africa in test matches.
Yeah, I mean it's not 36 all out.
No, absolutely not. But when you're low enough that graphic is being talked about,
yes,
anything like, it's not a good feeling, especially at home. Like, you look of the top 5.
Yes,
3 of the top 5 are at away. The one in recent history is New Zealand, which is obviously a very tough place to play that first opening spell. Very grim wickets there. Keeping that line from Bumrah, beats the edge again, and we stay at 8 for 48.
Geberka is the only one in the top 5 that is at home for South Africa, and that is in 1912, I think it was.
Yeah, that's the other reason I picked out the New Zealand one, because it's the only one that's soon enough that anyone really will remember that in any form of detail. It's always the thing about cricket, though. You get these 100-year records that impossible to say how much things have changed since then.
Yes, uncovered pitches and no liquid manure and stuff like that. Very different circumstances, and some of these matches in South Africa were played on coconut matting, I think.
Exactly. Another high ball will make it over the field. Will get some much needed runs for Rabada there. As a misfield maybe prevents a run out. It was always going to be very narrow, but 2 runs off the over to end 21st over. South Africa are 54-8.
Yes, and we have Eleanor on YouTube. She says she just realized that she was 40 minutes behind in the stream, returned to live, and found South Africa nearly all out. Wow. Yes, Eleanor, we can tell you this first session of this second test has actually been the Mohammad Siraj show. He took 6 wickets so far. Bumrah and Mukesh Kumar both chipping in with 1, but the destroyer-in-chief for the South African batting lineup has been Mohammad Siraj. His figures thus far are 6 for 15.
Mukesh Kumar in 2 ball his next over. What a first over from him getting that. Admittedly poor shot, but still looking very promising. It's always interesting seeing all the backdrops that you get from these grounds, all the mountains in the background here at Newlands, as Berger will let that go straight through to the keeper. I apologize. I think my stream is a bit ahead of where my previous one was and where you were commentating from.
Yes, I am now. I'm now seeing the first delivery of Mukesh after he pulled out of the first ball, and this one go through, as you said. Yes, and of course the Table Mountain is magnificent backdrop to any cricket match.
Exactly, as we have another narrowly beating the edge from Berger right through to the keeper to keep it at no runs. But yeah, I love a good backdrop to any test. Mountains, I love, is a goal in Sri Lanka that has the wonderful fort.
Yes, that's the one.
And that counts always. It's the one thing I don't like about cricket here, that is a lot of the Australian stadiums can be just giant concrete rings.
Yeah, okay.
I always like.
I can see that, the Optus Stadium, but
Gabba too. And for all its history, the MCG. And yeah, you do have some nice grounds, but also it's hard to get to as they go up. Hits them on the pads, but the umpire is not interested. But yeah, there's only so much you can do to build these giant stadiums that is needed, especially for Aussie rules football.
Yes, you also need an oval for that one. Yeah, there is not that much going on here. The South African batsmen are actually seem to be looking to limp to lunch here.
Yeah, I think it's looking like they are trying to survive the next 6 odd minutes to
Mukesh
get a chance to talk things over a bit.
Yeah, Mukesh has now completed his he's almost completed his second maiden. The first one was a wicket maiden.
As there we go, another narrowly beating the edge. To complete the maiden, it is Rikesh is 1 for none. South Africa are 54-8. Lubada on 4. Berger yet to score. As we are about 5 minutes away from the usually scheduled lunch break.
Yes, and India have only bowled 22 overs, and they need to be aware of the fact that they might again be docked points in the World Test Championship. I mean, the last match for them was a net loss of World Test Championship points because they were docked 2 for a slow over rate. They didn't make any points, obviously, as they lost that match inside of 3 days by an innings. They really.
But then who doesn't take slow over rates these days? So that is the problem.
Yes, exactly. And we have Jasprit Bumrah back. And apparently, I can tell you that this is only the second time that an Indian bowler bagged a 5-wicket haul before lunch on day 1. The last time happened in 1987 versus Pakistan by Maninder Singh, and India lost that match. I can't see them lose this one, actually.
No. Another good shot from Jasprit Bumrah, dribbling away down to the slips as we continue this really, really threatening first session from India.
Yeah, I mean, eight wickets in a session. This is some evening day 4, post lunch day 5 kind of stuff from India here.
Absolutely short ball there from Bumrah. Berger ducks, and we'll let that go right to the keeper again. I really I've said this a couple of times this session, but it's hard to say much else. I really like what India are doing here. They're going in for the kill. They're playing really aggressive, and another edge right into the ground. So will not be too much advantage, but yet again, there is no run. Berger's now yet to score off his first 9 deliveries.
Yes, and I mean, there are some provisions for a lot of wickets falling during a session. I think every wicket gives them a bit of leeway in terms of overs to be bowled in a session, because they are now they have now bowled.
There we go.
23.
Did not look like the most confident shot, but it does get through to the boundary. I think that was still an edge, but Berger does finally get off the mark as we have a replay here. No, it did. He did get somewhat of a shot to it, but probably not too much more assertive than much else we've seen, but good to see him get off the mark.
Yes,
and we will tell you, Kai.
Yeah, he gets an outside edge that evades the slips and the gully, and it runs down to the third man boundary.
This next edge does not, goes right through 2 slips. Berger looks like he is out for 4. South Africa are 9 down, 9 for 55. Bumrah picks up his second of the match. And South Africa are in a whole lot of trouble here. We are about 30 seconds away from the regularly scheduled lunch break, but I have a feeling that will be delayed.
Yes, I think they will extend the morning session to give India a chance to bowl South Africa out. And this is a very unconvincing looking shot by Burger. He tries to flash at it, gets a nick through to Jaiswal at slip, and he's out for 4. Yes, it's Jaiswal at slip, second slip. Next to Shubman Gill. No, third slip. Next to Gill and I think Kohli. And that brings Lungi Ngidi at 11. He is to partner with his his bowler colleague, Kagiso Rabada, and India will be absolutely delighted and pretty sure of themselves here.
Absolutely, I think you wouldn't be in this position in your dreams. Like, this is a historically tough and historically bad first innings by the books on South Africa. Really good bowling here. There's not much you can do about it. And I think even the bad shots can be credited to the fact that you are basically, as in India, forcing South African players who are not used to playing major roles in a batting innings to try to do that.
Yes, I actually agree with that.
And another edge, we get our final wicket. Kagiso Rabada edges to slip again. Mukesh Kumar picks up his second, and we will be going to lunch with South Africa, all out for 55. Mukesh Kumar finds his final figures of the innings, as 2 for none.
Well, that was
what a first session.
That was a frantic first session. It was not that much India's session, I would say, as it was Mohammad Siraj's session.
I think the other Indians were well. Mukesh Kumar had some great balls. Siraj, of course, the star. Bumrah good as well. But yeah, that was such a dominant spell there from Mohammad Siraj. And 50 is going to be a very, very tough score to defend with the ball for South Africa, as we will switch over in the change of innings. We will switch over in the lunch break.
Yes.
As Siraj walks off the ground, proudly holding the ball to much applause.
And I will look through the scorecard very quickly here. South Africa won the toss and chose to bat. They were in the end all out for 55. Aiden Markram caught Jaiswal, bowled Mohammad Siraj 2. Dean Elgar, the captain, bowled Mohammad Siraj 4. Tony De Zorzi caught Rahul, bowled Mohammad Siraj 2. Tristan Stubbs caught Sharma, bowled Bumrah 3. David Bedingham caught Jaiswal, bowled Mohammad Siraj 12. Kyle Verreynne, the keeper, caught Shubman Gill, bowled Mohammad Siraj 15. Marco Jansen caught Rahul, bowled Mohammad Siraj none. Keshav Maharaj caught Bumrah, bowled Mukesh Kumar 3. Kagiso Rabada caught Iyer, bowled Mukesh Kumar 5. Nandre Burger caught Jaiswal, bowled Bumrah 4. And Lungi Ngidi is on, not out, the only South African batsman not to fall. There were 5 extras in the innings, 4 byes, 1 leg bye. The bowling card, pick of the bowlers, of course, Mohammad Siraj, who finishes with 6 for 15 of 9 overs. Jasprit Bumrah with 2 for 25 of 8. And Mukesh Kumar with 2 for none of 2.2 overs the other bowlers to take wickets. Prasidh Krishna, the only Indian bowler that is unlucky. He finishes with none for 10 of 4. And that is lunch. Let's see if we have any more social media interactions. There doesn't seem to be anything in the YouTube chat. Let's look at Twitter. No, we seem to be up to date there as well. Well, I think that leaves nothing but to say thank you to Jess thus
You're
far.
very welcome. I apologize for my technical
No,
difficulties.
not a problem. And we will figure out in the green room who will be back with you after the lunch break, but someone will be back with you after the lunch break. That is for sure. Until then, take a short break. We'll be back with you once play resumes. Thank you very much and see you later.
There we go. One session done.
All right, everyone, we should be back with the second innings of this second test. To recap the morning session of this second test of India's tour of South Africa from Newlands and Cape Town. This was definitely not South Africa's morning, about as much as it was Mohammad Siraj's morning. South Africa all out for 55. And Mohammad Siraj took 6 for 15, by far his best bowling figures in an innings in test matches. His previous best was 5 for 60.
It was just simply a phenomenal
Yes,
innings. It's that simple.
it was. It was. Welcome back, Jess. And we
Hello.
should have added back very, very soon. And I will then drop out for the first half of the second session and leave that one to Jess and Adit. And I will come back for the second half of the afternoon session, and will probably take you all the way home to Stumps on this first day of the second test from Newlands in Cape Town. Yes, as we have the South Africans taking the field now, the Indian
Only
openers, yes?
Indians only have about 55 to face to get the lead in this first session. I don't think that'll be particularly hard for them. How much is in there for the pitch for the bowlers?
It shouldn't be that hard actually, but India are very well capable of collapsing to 36 on out.
Absolutely.
Yes, but I think there are the conditions for the batsmen are very, very tricky, but it's not like there are that many demons in the pitch. There's no uneven bounce. The pitch hasn't broken up. Nothing like that. It was excellent bowling by Siraj that induced the collapse from South Africa, I would say, as we have the Indian openers Rohit Sharma and Yashasvi Jaiswal out there in the middle, and apparently Kagiso Rabada is opening the bowling for South Africa. Adit, are you there? Nope, don't hear him. Okay, we'll...
Quite wide delivery there from Kagiso Rabada is not still within limits, but bowling quite far to the offside. No run.
Adit is saying, is asking if we can hear him. Adit, can you hear us? We
Hello,
can't.
everyone.
Oh, okay. All
Yeah, we can
right.
hear you now.
All right. We
So
can hear
that-
you now.
yes.
I will leave you two to it for the first half of this afternoon session, and I will rejoin you for the second half and then take you home to Stumps, everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leia.
So,
So just
what we all-
ball by ball.
What do you want? You tell me what you want to do, and I'll do whatever you don't.
I wouldn't mind doing ball by ball.
Yeah. You can do ball by ball. I don't think I've done particularly good through it for the first bit.
So you've called the first couple of balls?
No, I haven't called anything so far. I've called the first two.
Well, the third ball of the over is way too far down leg side from Rabada, and that's flicked either off the bat or off the pads from Jaiswal. Either way, it races to the boundary. 4 runs. I think that's given as leg buys.
Yes, it's been given as leg buys.
Yeah, and this wasn't the kind of bowling that Siraj was doing.
Not at all. I think it's a difficult one to get bowling to bowling where you are, like to a left-hander. It's quite an awkward line to have.
and this time it's another ball that's very wide outside off. So Rabada is bowling right arm over the wicket to the left-handed
Yeah.
Jaiswal, and that was left well alone.
Yeah, he so far hasn't really found none of those four have looked anything that would threaten a batter to play at it.
Yep.
You really need to get it a bit straight, a bit in towards the wickets.
That's better. And
That
the fifth line,
is a
the
much
fifth ball
better.
of the over. Yes, that was pitching exactly on off stump, left on length by Jaiswal, but much better line. It's much tighter to the batter, closer to the body. No run.
What would you be trying to do if you were South Africa here? Because obviously, I imagine it's very unlikely that you're going to end up leading after these two innings. But what?
Well, last ball of the over, and this time it's on the pads of Jaiswal. It bounced clearly too high for there to be any kind of LBW shout, but that's the end of the first over. 4 for none.
Yeah.
That's a good question. So yeah, as you say, South Africa probably won't be leading, so might as well attack. Hey,
Yeah. I'm just thinking, what would you say would be the margin that you would consider a win of the second innings for South Africa for? Because that's the hard question here.
yeah, I think if South Africa were to restrict India to, let's say, less than 200, and that's
Yeah.
and especially if they can bowl them out, for example, by the end of today, and let's say the pitch flattens out for day 2, and then a score of, let's say, 350 in their second innings would be competitive, if not likely to win, and that's Ngidi joining in with the new ball. His first over, that's well outside off for Rohit, and it's left alone for no run. What do you reckon?
Yeah. I think that's a really good shout. I think it depends on when South Africa get the bat back again.
Yes.
Because I think their key should be to try to make sure that India isn't batting too much tomorrow morning. Which, will we get 3 innings played in one day? Probably not, but I would like to see South Africa back with the bat again by this sort of time tomorrow.
That's a lovely ball by Ngidi. This time it's closer to the off stump, left alone by Rohit on line, but it did keep a little bit low. So maybe the first hints of uneven bounce on what is already a slightly tricky pitch. I actually have a theory on why South Africa have been doing really badly in this game,
Yeah.
even though they did really well in the first one, and that's this is of course Dean Elgar's last Test match, and he's captaining in this one. And that first ball was a no ball, so not so much of a lovely delivery. He'll have to bowl that
Yeah.
again.
Brilliant. From once it was released, but it was just released a bit too late.
Ngidi to Rohit again, and this time it's way too full on the pads. Rohit dispatches that. The flick to deep backwards square for a boundary. It's the first boundary of the Indian innings. India are now 9 for none and nearly 20% of the way there to South Africa's total.
Yeah, it's a lot weaker of a delivery than that first delivery. That, if it wasn't a no ball, would have been basically exactly what you were trying to do this innings.
Yep, very precisely where Ngidi should be pitching the ball as he bowls right arm over the wicket to Rohit Sharma. This time it's driven through the covers, and yeah, Rohit gets that off the half volley. The ball is racing to the boundary. It's another boundary. So India are now 13 for none and trailing by just 42 runs. So my theory on why South Africa have been really bad is that Dean Elgar, in his captain's press conference and also retirement press conference, has been quoted as the following: "I only play the game to win. I care about wins. I care about series wins. Test series wins, you don't top that. Maybe a World Cup win is up there. I've never had the opportunity, but this is my World Cup. This is my arena where I want to win. As Ngidi is bowling again to Rohit on the pads, defended straight to the bowler. So my theory, because this is Dean Elgar's World Cup, we know how South Africans play in Cricket World Cups. You see where I'm going.
Yes. If there isn't one of those things that is most certain in life, it is death, taxes, and South Africa failing to capitalise when it matters most.
Exactly. Even on the back of wonderful performances.
Yeah, exactly. They can be as strong as they look. I mean, they had a decent Test World Test Championship last round,
Mhm.
but and I mean, good first test, but this has just not been what they wanted to start in this Cape Town test.
As Rohit flashes at one that's wide outside off, completely misses it. That feels a little too rash for this stage of the innings, but
Yeah, absolutely. I think that delivery was great from Nikiti, trying to really draw that attack probably way wider than it should be.
and last ball of Ngidi's first over. It's gone for 9 runs so far. This time it's on the pads for Rohit, and again it is flicked all the way to the boundary. This time at mid wicket, it has 13 runs off that over.
Rohit Sharma
So
is
India are now
3
17 for
runs.
none. Yes.
Rohit Sharma is 3 runs away from outscoring all South African from any South African batter this test. We have just
Just off the
completed
back
the
of-
first innings. So the first over.
Yeah.
It is
Yes, so
one
Rohit
over.
has faced 7 balls as Rabada is continuing second over
Yep.
of his spell. The left hand Yashashri Jaiswal, and he's flicked that onto his stumps. That's
That
more
is
like it.
exactly what you needed from South Africa. Get that early wicket, get pressure onto the middle right away. And yeah, really, if they hadn't got a wicket in these first few overs, they were going to be very, very much on the back foot all game.
That's a much better line and length from Rabada, as
Absolutely.
Jaiswal wasn't sure whether to go on the front foot or the back foot. And by the way, it clips the inside edge and dribbles onto the stumps. And
But also,
Rabada's
it does
8th
lead to that
wicket of the
interest.
series.
Yeah,
Sorry,
the
Jess.
interesting thing of how made it just because you can bowl a maiden over doesn't necessarily mean it was a great over.
Yes.
Like that
Yeah,
first,
Rabada was all over the place.
yeah, yes, it was a decent defensive over, but not one of those balls really challenged for a wicket there, which is first 2 or 3 overs of a test match, exactly what you need to be doing.
Shubman Gill is stepping out at number 3. He's the new batter. His current test average is 31, but of course his talent is promising of stats much better than that.
Also, only 6 runs away from 1,000 test runs.
Yes, which is an extremely impressive achievement given.
Well, India can find these really young players that can contribute at a test level right away. Like, this is going to be a really tough lineup for South Africa to bowl to because it goes deep. Even if you get an early wicket or 2, you've still got some really high-class players.
Rabada into Gill, and this time it's flicked onto the leg side, just behind square. It goes past Zorzi at short leg and is collected at backward square leg for a single. Yeah, I think looking at the Indian selection, it feels like they are trying to phase out some of the older players. Like they're getting Jaiswal to open and Gill to bat at 3 because they're trying to move on Pujara. And trying to introduce some new pace bowlers in. I think Shami is injured, as Rabada's bowling to Rohit, and that's full on Rohit's pads. It's defended back to the bowler. Do you think this was a good time for India to be blooding new players, or is that a
I
sign
think
that
when is
they're
there?
taking this not
When is there a
seriously?
good sign?
Yeah,
That's the
fair enough.
challenge. That realistically, you're about as far away from a World Test Championship as you can be in a calendar.
Yes.
So this is probably the situation so that realistically, you've lost 2 World Championship finals now. You need to settle on what lineup. Like last 6 months needs to be making sure that lineup goes from good to this is a lineup that can finally bring one home for India.
Great, yeah, great point. As that is full on the offside, and that's sprayed by Rohit behind square on the offside, and the batters run run 2, and India moves to 20 for 1, and Rohit onto 14. Gill yet to get off the mark.
And I think also you have to, otherwise you look at the situation Australia is in where they have a lot of talented players, but there is one player in this Sydney Test 11 that's under 30. Like, there's going to be a lot of very inexperienced lineups in a few years when a lot of these players won't be playing the test game anymore.
Yes, and that's outside off and left alone by Rohit. Yeah, you're right. The only player under 30 in the Australian team playing at the moment is Marnus Labuschagne, who was 29, of course, and as that's dug out as a Yorker from Rohit, defended straight back to the bowler. That's the end of Rabada's second over. India are 20 for 1.
Yeah, and like obviously first class A team tour stuff like that are good, but there is not really any substitute for just putting someone in these test match conditions in tough situations that against the best in the world.
Yeah, and well, not necessarily that. Not that they're the best in the world, but I do hope that
Not
the
South
Australian
Africa, but I'm
setup,
saying
uses
Yeah.
the opportunity of the West Indies series to introduce some of the new players like Lance Morris to give one of the fast
Yeah.
bowlers a break.
That's been one of my complaints about the fact that, like, for all I've loved him, I don't like how Scott Boland has become the backup bowler because of that. Like, he's not going to be outlasting any, if many, of the other quicks. So I feel like it could be more useful giving the future that shot every now and then.
Giri starting his second over, and this time it's left alone outside off by Gill. A run. And before Boland, it was Nisa before that, and both Nisa and Boland are the same age as Mitchell Stark and Josh Hazelwood, or older, and only a couple of years older than Cummins.
Exactly,
Ngidi
a
is
lot of age in
continuing
that
to
group.
Gill and defended on the onside for no run. Yes, Jess?
Yeah, so there is a lot of age in that squad, and I think it's going to be interesting to see what happens in a few years when the young talent has to step up with not a lot of experience. And it just becomes that question of which is more valuable, being maybe prepared a few more years in the future, or having a one lineup that you know what's happening, you know your role, and you've experienced in.
It's always a tough balance to crack, isn't it? We see that a lot in the football codes, as Ngidi is bowling to Gill, and this time it's defended to the onside. Rohit considers a single, but because the ball was fielded quickly at mid-on, they decide not to run.
Especially now that you've got World Test Championship, stuff like that, there is basically zero chances for theories that don't matter or anything like that. Everything is meaningful.
Yes, which is the beauty of the World Test Championship. Like there's no dead rubbers. Even the Sydney Test, even though Australia have won the first 2 tests, like Pakistan still needs Test Championship points. As Ngidi is
continuing to gill, but over the wicket, and again, good length on the stumps, defended on back to the bowler, line from McGeady. Yeah, and yeah, so the football code that I follow is AFL, and you sometimes have teams that bottom out and just invest very heavily into young players in the hope that in 5 years' time we'll all reach the prime of their career at the same time and push for a premiership or a championship. And then usually after that they crash again as Ngidi is continuing to gill, it's outside off and left alone. Whereas sometimes you have miracles where a team just keeps topping up year after year after year and having a dynasty of, like, I think Hawthorn's Hawthorn won 3 premierships in a row and Geelong stayed somewhere near the top for the better part of a decade. But that tends to be the exception rather than the rule.
Absolutely. There are very few teams that can be so consistent. I mean, you look in the AFL, what's happened to Richmond? Like,
Yes, exactly.
a few years ago, they were the best lineup in the comp, and now they're just very mediocre because those key players are no longer there. And that's pretty much the same in any sport, that you've got half the teams are old players at the peak of their career, half the teams are very young, inexperienced lineups.
This time it's flicked to the leg side by Shubman Gill, and there's a big chase to the boundary as Nanderberger does manage to stop the ball from reaching the rope. The batters run 3, and good team fielding effort there in the outfield. Ooh, maybe not the best of flicks, but
It does the job.
Yes, and they save a run. All's well ends well. Well, and from a cricketing perspective, in terms of rebuilding teams, if anyone can do it, it's the Indian men.
Yeah,
They have so many resources. They have such a big population to draw on,
and such a deep domestic system as well.
Yes, exactly. I think that
If you're
replay
already-
suggests that it should have been 4 runs, and it is given as 4.
Yeah, it's good before. I agree with that. But yeah, when you're already playing against elite players in domestic comps, it makes it a lot less of a step up. To which I was talking to someone in the women's comp, there's possibly an argument that depending on exact teams, the Australian 50 over domestic competition is tougher than some ODI matches, I reckon.
Oh yeah, definitely. As this one is bowled on a good length, just outside off and defended to the offside for no run. Yeah, the standard of the WNCL. Well, I mean, I think maybe 3 to 5 years ago, that was absolutely true. I think now the standard of especially the Asian teams like Pakistan have just beaten New Zealand in an ODI. Sri Lanka beat England in the T20 series in the women's, and that's the last ball of the over, which is defended to the offside for no run. Yeah,
and then you had the really strong test
now.
performance. Yeah, absolutely. I think Australia still has that edge of having this incredible depth, but as we see with India in the men's, but I think that in the women's is shrinking a bit.
Yeah. Although, I mean, have you been following the ODI series between Australia and India?
Yeah, I have been watching. It was not a good time to. If you're an Indian fan, you're focusing on that test.
Yes, exactly. and maybe the first innings in the first ODI and 90% of the second one.
Yeah.
As Rabada is entering his third over, still 3 slips in the gully. That's good length on the offside and just defended for no run.
Yeah,
It's amazing how much more less, or even just, yes, we're still getting a lot of shots defended, but with South Africa, that felt more like a hanging on by a thread.
yeah.
Meanwhile, these defensive shots seem a lot more, from India, a lot more confident, a lot more of a, okay, I am comfortable in defending here. I'm not just trying to survive.
Well, this one rushes Rohit a little bit more.
Yeah,
As
this was,
he attempts a flick, but it beats the bat and ends up hitting him on the pad for no run.
yeah, maybe wasn't the best time to say that immediately prior to that delivery, but
No. But yeah, I absolutely agree with what you're saying. It seemed like whenever Siraj and Bumrah were bowling, every ball could have been a wicket. Whereas in this inning so far, there's been a lot less uncertainty. As this one's flicked
yeah.
down to fine leg, the fielder is running really hard to get it, and I think this time he might have done it. That is Nadir Berger again. He has done a better job of preventing the ball from hitting the boundary. I think they're on 2, which brings Shubman Gill on. Oh no, brings. No, they were giving us leg buys.
Alright.
So Rohit
We
stays
have
on
to wait a
14.
little longer. We have to wait a little longer for Rohit to outscore any South African.
Yes. Well, you might commentators curse him out of.
Please
doing
no,
that.
please no.
But yes, he is only 1 run away. I suppose, given the course of that first innings, all the South Africans can say is, "Hey, Siraj." As Rabada
That is a
is.
terrible check, and I
Oh,
love it.
thank you.
That was
Yes,
that was
that's
okay.
much better from Rabada. It rushed Rohit and hit him higher on the bat than he expected. But that sprays out to the offside for no run.
Yeah, but that's one of the few that I've seen so far where maybe the Indian batters haven't looked confident with the delivery,
Mm.
which is
And-
good for the South Africa. Rabada's easily, now that he's tightened things up a bit, I think is easily been their best pick of the bowlers so far. And I think that is it.
Yeah, but that particular one from Rabada sprays too far down leg, and that's easily flicked by Rohit, who runs 3, and now he has surpassed all the South African batters, brings Rohit onto 17, and India 31 for 1 in their 5 overs.
Five overs, and we've already got the highest scorer.
Yes. And
Right,
India are nearly 60%
they are
of the way to
Even
South
though they're
Africa's
showing the
table.
first innings scorecard, I have a feeling like the TV commentators are picking up on that as well.
Yes. But also, yeah, on the topic of rebuilding teams and the Australian women's team, they have been quietly starting to rebuild because like Phoebe Litchfield has been the player of the series, and she's had to replace Rachel Haynes at the top of the order, and of course we had Meg Lanning retire recently.
But just
Darcy Brown
once again,
still
so
20.
Yeah, it's so much easier when, okay, an elite batter in Rachel Haynes retires. Okay, we have another 20-year-old who can play at a similar level come in. Like,
straight away.
yeah. It's terrifying and brilliant. And that, I think, is also just that Cricket Australia invested more than any other board did early on, and that has been a huge return for them.
Andre Berger comes into the attack, and this is too full to Rohit. That was a rank half volley, and Rohit easily drives it straight down the ground for 4 runs. Brings Rohit to 25, and India to 39.
Only trailing by 16 now, India.
Apologies, I was doing a little bit of quick info prescience / KO delay. India are still on 35 and Rohit is still on 25. Oh, and this time it's pulled.
There you go.
The first one was too full. This one is too short. Rohit pulls this one to the mid-wicket boundary for another 4 runs. So India is now on 39 and Rohit on 25.
It is always annoying how it's impossible to get everything to line up. That Cricket Australia is always a little bit ahead or a little behind of what KO's got you.
Yes, it's not like a News Limited product to be behind the times.
Not at all. Totally not. Doesn't help the quality of internet speeds here in Australia either.
Yes, due in no small part to the efforts of News Limited, of course.
Absolutely.
As Nadir Burger left arm over the wicket bowls to the right-handed Rohit Sharma. This one is defended onto the offside for no run. First dot ball for Nadir Burger.
Yeah, I mean, I am slightly not used to, for all of the cricket I've watched today, I have been at the ground for, so it's been zero delay at all, which is always fun.
Yes, that's so you're based in Sydney?
Yes, I'm based in Sydney, so we went out for day one. It was a good day of Test cricket.
Yeah, and glad that any rain in the area kind of stayed away from the SCG, as this one was a good length and defended by Rohit to the onside for no run.
Yeah, it was a bit painful to watch Australia's attempts to field towards the end of that first innings, but other than that, good day, had a bit of everything.
Yeah, and that tends to be the best days to be at Test cricket, I reckon. Yeah, so I'm based in Melbourne, and I was at the second day of the Boxing Day Test, and yeah, there were some Pakistani runs, Australian wickets, and then Pakistani wickets. As this one is driven in the air by Rohit down the ground, too full again.
Second.
For the Burger. Yes, and
Second day could also
that's
be a good
another
day.
boundary.
Often be a good day to go to because you tend to get both sides batting on day two.
Yeah, exactly.
Like you'll often get
Yes.
tail end of the first innings if it's a evenly matched side, which admittedly Australia, there aren't many of for Australia in Test cricket at home these days, but if it's a balanced
Pakistan
side, you do get.
Yes.
They played well, but yeah.
Yeah, especially in the Melbourne Test, and yeah, it was good to see Shaheen get a few wickets, and then Pat Cummins do his thing, obviously, as Burger continues over the wicket to Rohit, and that's left alone on the offside. That's the end of Burger's first over. India 43 for 1, trailing by just 12 in the sixth over.
In the sixth over. How are you feeling right now if you are a South African batter and your entire team's total is probably going to be chased down within, 40 minutes of playing?
Yep, it's
It can't
definitely
be
going
fun.
to be terrible for South Africa's net run rate.
Absolutely.
Yeah, what did you make of the 10th wicket partnership today? That seemed pretty fun.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. A bit painful to watch Australia drop a significant number of decent chances, but it was good to see a good late partnership make the test a bit more interesting because without that, probably wouldn't have been too competitive.
Yeah, exactly, and yeah, that's all I kind of expected from the Pakistan series. That they weren't going to win the series. Maybe they were going to nab a game, but I just wanted to see them be in the game. As AJ Rabada is continuing to Shubman Gill, and that's no run defended to bowler.
Yeah, what's it been? Probably 3 or 4 years since Australia's really been challenged in a test at home.
So the last time would have been when Australia lost to India in 2021.
Yeah. And admittedly, India's probably one of the only sides right now who can challenge Australia at home and make it competitive, but it is good.
Yep.
to see some fight back from Pakistan. That does make it a lot more interesting.
Rabada into Gill and left alone outside the off stump. No run. It'll be interesting to see next summer when India come, and
That's going to be
there'll
good.
be 5 test series, and and yeah, by that stage, it'll be nearly 10 years, I think, since Australia has beaten India on home soil or at all.
Mm.
And this one is full on Gill's pads and it draws his outside edge, but trickles to off stump for no run, mid off for no run.
I feel like the last few home series, the build up to India has been bigger than the build up to the last couple of Ashes, and probably for good reason.
That's because India are actually good.
Exactly. It is as fun as it is to watch what very much was almost a 5-0 defeat if it wasn't for some rain in Sydney. It is also fun to watch two really good teams go at it.
As this one is on the pads of Shubman Gill and it's turned to the leg side, straight to the fielder at short leg, no run. As Rabada is coming in again to Gill. Time it's defended to the offside, picked up by Keshav Maharaj at mid-off. A run.
But yeah, what have your thoughts been from, we've seen everyone's played a couple in the World Test Championship. Is it still, what are your thoughts on India's only played the 3, Australia's played several. What are your thoughts on who, other than Australia, are the teams to beat here?
Well, as Rabada comes in for the last ball of his over, and that's defended back to the bowler for no run. So that's India 43 for 1 in their 7 overs. It's hard to go past Australia versus India, although India not being able to win this series might have implications. It is a shame that South Africa have to send, well, I mean, they don't have to, but they are sending their the bench team to New Zealand because
It's weird.
they have a relatively soft draw in the rest of the test championship, especially now that they're either going to win or draw the series versus India. So if they had, for example, won at least one game in New Zealand, they could have had a chance at the final, and they might still, as Berger continues to row hit, and this time Rohit defends on the front foot, hits him high on the bat, and it's no run.
Yeah. Getting at least a draw against one of the top 3 teams in the world and not playing the other 2 is a very good position to be in.
Exactly. I will be very curious to see how the England baseball team go in their 5-match series in India, starting very soon, starting in a couple of weeks.
I reckon South Africa have probably the easiest draw because you've also got Bangladesh not playing Australia, England, but in that situation they've got to face India in India, which is not an easy task.
Yes, Berger's a bit loose again, and Rohit drives him on the half volley through the covers. Another 4 runs, and that's India now on 47, Rohit now on 33. So Rohit exactly 60% of South Africa's total.
I'm just looking at the table. It is always funny to see just how many deductions England already has.
Go into Rohit, and that's full again, and it's driven again through the covers. It does look like the fielder's going to get there. Maybe he does just. Batters is still running. And I think that was Tristan Stubbs putting in the chase. Rohit has been given 3 runs so far, and which brings up India's 50, and does mean that they're only 5 behind South Africa.
It's not even 8 overs in, and we are almost. This must be brutal for South Africa.
That was a good dive and a good chase by the debutant, Tristan Stubbs. And he does save a run. But it does seem a little academic at this stage. Berger coming in again to Shubman Gill. And Gill this time drives through the covers. And Keshav Maharaj is putting in the chase, gets it well before the rope. Throw to retrieve the ball and restricts that shot to just 2. That 2?
So we are getting close. We are getting close. Trailing by 3.
Yes. Yes.
Run rate 6.7.
How many overs did South Africa actually bat? It's 23.2 and at a run rate of 2.35. Yikes. 2 balls to go in this over from Andre Berger. That's a better length. That's defended by Gill. No run. It's hard to see a way back from South Africa, especially if they keep giving the Indian batters half volleys.
Yeah. It is nothing like you come out here, you bowl these really threatening lines, you probably could fight it back to a somewhat of a competitive test, but you're not even doing that.
Last ball of Berger's over, and this time it's defended by Gill to cover for no run. India are 52 for 1 off 8 overs. Gill is on 6 and Rohit is on 36.
That is, yeah. How rare do you see these sort of high scores like Rohit Sharma off 36 off 26? Like, that is Bazball levels of run rates and not particularly risky, I don't think, from India.
Yeah, no, not at all. And this does remind me of some of his innings against Australia in the Border Gavaskar series, where Australia overall didn't bowl badly, but they always started poorly, especially against Rohit, who would be more than happy for to hit early boundaries. This one is well outside of from Rabada, and that's left alone by Rohit.
And I think that's the thing about Australia, that especially if Stark especially is not getting his line right, he can be quite expensive.
Yes. And we saw both in test matches and also in the one days, including in the World Cup, that Rohit as an opening batter is intentionally trying to put pressure on the bowlers from the word go. As this one from Rabada is drifting way too far outside leg and left alone from Rohit. Thankfully for him, it's not an ODI, it's not a wide. But yes, Jess?
Yeah, I think doing that, if you can do that effectively as an opening batter, that is a really tough position to put your opponent in.
Yeah, exactly. Rabada is, this time it's bowling on, it's pitching on Rohit's off stump, and I think it wraps him on the knuckles.
If you can get that opposition just trying to rethink their plans, feel like nothing they're trying is working really early into a test match, like I'm sure South Africa are feeling right now, you are in an incredible spot in that mental battle in a test match.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why David Warner has been so valuable to Australia, as Rabada is bowling a bouncer this time, which Rohit ducks under for the run.
And also, I think
what England are trying to do with Zach Crawley to mixed results? Question mark.
Yeah, and I think that's also part of why Warner struggled so much recently, is that he hasn't necessarily had that same confidence. Where when you don't have that, you become a lot less of a threat when you can't immediately get the bowler second guessing what they're doing from the word go.
This one's pulled by Rohit. It's short and on the body, and the ball goes straight to the fielder at fine leg. Rohit runs a single. India now 53, trailing by just 2 in the ninth over. But I think Warner actually hasn't been too bad. Certainly in the Ashes, like he put on some useful partnerships with Khawaja, and it's not just his double century in Melbourne and then nothing. As Rabada finishes his over, left alone on the offside. That's so India 53 for 1, Gill on 6, and Rohit on 37. But anyway,
And
the Sydney Test will be Warner's last one, and it'll be
Yeah.
big shoes to fill for whoever comes next.
Exactly, and I think that's part of, as we're saying, this challenge of not giving many young guys questions. Is I'll be really interested to see who they go with, because realistically, you've probably got to think of you keep Khawaja as your opener. He's probably not got that many more years left in the Test scene.
He's 36.
Exactly, and then you've used Marcus Harris to mixed results. Will Pukovsky's getting constant concussions. There's not really any young kids that are like, this is the future of Test openers for Australia at the moment. That have been using
Marco
that.
Janssen. Yeah, Marco Janssen warming up and entering the attack with his left arm fast medium bowling. He'll be keen to rectify his less than stellar batting performance. In the first innings, he's bowling over the wicket to Rohit Sharma. And this one hits him on the pads. There's an appeal for LBW. Hassan Raza is literally unmoved. He literally
I always
does not
find
move
it.
at all.
I always find it very funny to watch teams going
And
absolutely
Elgo doesn't go up
crazy.
for the review. Yeah.
And then, no, we are going up for a review. Let's see what.
Yes.
As teams are
just the
going
positions.
crazy shouting, and the umpire is just unmoved whatsoever. It's one of my favourites. It's the silly moments in cricket that I love so much, and that is definitely one of them.
So we're seeing the replay. The ball
Looks a little high, I'm not sure.
It does look a little high. I also think that maybe the ball might be pitching somewhere outside leg and it might be umpire's call territory.
Yeah.
Better angle now. It's pitching on middle stump, hitting about middle stump, but it's above the pads.
Yeah. I think left, right, I think it's in perfect. I think it's just too high. No edge.
Nothing on ultra edge. It does hit Rohit on the front pad, but well above the knee roll.
Yeah.
As we have Hawkeye, and it
How
is
close?
missing the wickets, not by that much.
No,
Not a
not
terrible
too much.
review, but just enough for South Africa to lose it. And it's symptomatic of this dog day that South Africa has been having.
Exactly. A lot of maybe close call, not quite going their way.
Yes, good call from Hassan Raza, who this time does crack a smile. Maybe a little bit of relief that he's made the right call and one of the most popular Indian batters in terms of
I can't
fan base.
imagine. Yeah, I can't imagine that'd be a fun situation as an umpire to always have that ability to have your decision second guessed and very closely analysed.
This one was back of the length and hit Rohit high up again, and the ball bounces into his pad. Could have gone anywhere, but he was lucky that nothing happened there. Yeah, it's like during the World Cup when Kohli was going for a century and Richard Kettleborough should have called a wide and would have ended the game, but he was probably pragmatic, as this one catches Rohit's edge and flies to Tristan Stubbs at gully on the bounce. This is better bowling here from Janssen. Is getting Rohit to question whether he should go forward or go back, whether he should play or not. Yeah, much better lines and length.
I remember then there was similarly a situation in, I think it was the Big Bash, where someone was on 99 and the team just what looked like it wasn't intentionally bowling a wide because they were only needed one more. As I'll let you do ball the ball.
This is a bouncer that flies over the head of Rohit, well over the leap of Kyle Verreynne at keeper, and it bounces all the way to the rope. 4 wires, maybe even 4 wides.
But either way, whatever the call is, it does mean
Yes.
that India lead by, I believe, 2 runs.
Yes. So there were buys. India now 57 for 1, 2 runs ahead of South Africa. This time it's on the leg side by Janssen.
We have been
and
here.
left alone. Yes.
For 3.5 hours, including lunch.
Mm-hmm.
And the team batting second is already leading. You do not see that every day at all.
No. But yes, this
I
is
was
one of the
literally-
many. Yes.
Mentioning to someone that time, I think it was 2019, where Ireland bowled England out by lunch, and then
yes.
came back. Then England came back to win that test.
Yes, that was the Tim Murtaugh test, as Rohit turns this one back of a length to the leg side for a single. India finished that over on 58 for 1. Good over by Marco Janssen. He's on none for 1. But yes, India are now in the lead, and yeah, it's one of those wild scenarios that Test cricket throws up every now and then. That teams can collapse for a low first innings total, but as long as they play out of their skins for the rest of the game, they can still win.
There are very few first innings scores that very few times that the first innings score is completely, this is 100% there. The other side has no chance whatsoever.
Rabada into Rohit this time, who attempts a tip and run, but Tristan Stubbs races in to collect the ball and restricts it to no run. My favorite collapse story is, I think it was at Cape Town. It was Australia, and must have been 2014 or thereabouts, when they got all out for 47, and there were a few bench players who. I'll continue when as Rabada is bowling to Rohit, hits Rohit on the pads, and that's given. And we see what Rohit's doing.
They are going upstairs.
Yes, straight away. It didn't look to me like it was a straight trajectory. I thought it hit the bat, but we shall see what DRS throws up. How did that look to you?
I'm not sure either. That was a. Let's have a look at the replay.
So pitching on
Once
the
again,
stumps.
they're regularly hitting quite high, which is always interesting. But also, he's come down a little bit further. Maybe that. No, actually, not that much. That's on the knee roll this time.
Yes, it's on the knee roll of the front pad. It's hitting between middle and leg. Hawkeye says pitching outside of impact in line, and that is missing by a longer way than the Janssen appeal in the previous over. And this time it's India who keep the review. Decision overturned. India remain 58 for 1.
Yeah, obviously, when you're talking about collapse, is not a first inning one, but I very much remember that 2020 India versus Australia match as well.
That's the 36 all out, of course.
The 36 all out. There was just. There's always something about watching bowling that's just so precise.
As this one is again beating the bat of Rohit, hitting him on the body for no run. The notable thing about that 47 all out was there were a few bench players from Australia who decided to go to the gym at the start of Australia's first innings, and they spent whatever, like 30, 45, 60 minutes in the gym, and when they came back, as Rabada is bowling to Rohit, this time it's full and dug out by Rohit. Ball rolls to mid on for no run. They noticed that by the time they finish in the gym, the openers are batting again, and so they assume that the batters that it was just the same innings as when they left.
Yeah,
but it turned out that
very
Australia
simple.
got rolled for 47, South Africa got rolled, and now it's the third innings.
What
Rabada bowling into Rohit,
yeah.
and again it hits the pad. There's a stifled appeal. The batters scamper for a single. India now 59 for 1.
But yeah, I always love those weird, funny moments in cricket. I think I already said that tonight, but
Yeah, cricket is a very make your own fun kind of sport. Because if you don't make your own fun, there is sometimes not very much fun to be had.
Yeah, I feel like it naturally gives itself to that, given that there is a lot of time in cricket where you may be sitting around doing nothing.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why we go into stats, and that's why we look at funny stories and go into the history. And
Right.
balls
Is there
the last ball of the over to Shubman Gill, who digs it out to the leg side. Ball is going quite quickly towards the boundary, but this time it's well fielded. There's a relay throw, and they run 3. India now 62 for 1. Gill on 9, Rohit on 39. Yes, Jess?
Yeah. I don't think there are many other sports where it is entirely possible that someone who is currently in a side is being, their job in the side is to sit in a room for 7 hours.
Yes.
Like,
well,
if you're batting low,
it could
if
be
your
7
batters are doing
hours.
well. Yeah, but I'm thinking,
It could be
like,
7
you're
hours.
low.
It could be 5 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. But some of those, if you are a low order batter, your openers are doing really well. You may just be doing nothing that day.
Yes.
And
in fact,
that
you
must be
expect
a
to be
really,
doing nothing.
Yeah, if things are going well, you will be doing nothing.
Well, looking at the first innings of this match, like Andrew Berger, who was slated to come in at 10, I'm sure he wouldn't have been expecting to be batting in the first session, as Gill cuts that one powerfully, and that's well fielded by Maharaj, keeps it to no run.
But once again, and then plus you're adding rain delays, it's no surprise that you do have to find ways to make your own fun when you also get these times where a result is painfully obvious, but you still must play, such as what is starting to look to happen today.
Yes. It's a very silly sport, Test cricket.
I love it.
Yes.
I love its little idiosyncrasies, but it can be frustrating at times.
Johnson balls outside off to Gill again, and Gill attempts another cut, but doesn't get all of it. The ball is fielded in the slips for no run. And even now, we're commentating the game. We're not nominally talking about the game. We are, of course, talking about the game, but we are also talking about a million other different things because there's just time. Yeah,
there is so much. It's such a slow, and I think one of the struggles that Test cricket does have is that it is a hard sell to say to someone, "Hey, do you want to sit around and watch 7 hours of?" If you are not if you don't understand the strategy and a lot of what people are trying to do, it's quite often 7 hours where most of the time nothing interesting is happening. You can
Janssen balls to Gill, and that's left alone on the offside for no run. Yes, continue. Oh, I don't know if Jess is still with me, but Janssen is halfway through the over. He has yet to concede a run in this over so far, but this time it's driven full by Shubman Gill through the covers, races to the boundary. No chance of a fielder retrieving that. As India now are on 66, they lead by 11. That was India's 9th boundary of the innings. And they continue to assert their dominance over this match.
Yes, hello. I am back.
Hello?
Hello. Jess mentioned that she might have some problems with a fan in her
Apologies for that.
computer. Ah, there you are.
Yes.
Okay.
It is my good old computer fan. I am in the process of getting a new laptop.
Mm.
Always a tumultuous period in one's life,
Yes.
switching devices.
Exactly.
Johnson switches to around the wicket, and this time it sprays from Gill's bat to the offside, and they run a single that brings up India the 50 partnership between Gill and Rohit. India are now 67 for 1, leading by 12.
Yes.
If we've been through here about an hour, Leah, do you want to
Yes, exactly.
take over, or do you want me
Yes. Okay, that's exactly what I was going to offer. That I would
to? Okay,
now
that
jump
works
in.
for me.
And can I ask one thing of you? If you could write something in the YouTube chat with your account, so I can give you moderator status. That same goes for Adit as well. If you need to change over, or if you need to wait until you are off commentary, that is also fine, because I will do the final session anyway. So if you
Yeah, I'll do it from my
Oh, no.
phone once I'm off this.
okay.
That was the last ball of Janssen's over, defended to the offside, and we have a drinks break, which I
Oh,
will use to type something into the YouTube.
okay. Yes. Looks like India are going along very, very well here. I think 2 decisions went India's way on review. Is that correct?
Yes, one was reviewed by
Yes.
South Africa, which they lost, and then one was given out and then overturned on review from Rohit.
Ah, you are actually already a moderator. I gave you moderator powers as already, Adit. Sorry, I did not remember that.
That's okay.
I'll do mine in a moment. But
Okay.
I think this is me signing off for day 1. Thank you for having me, and I will see everyone tomorrow.
Yes, thank you very, very much
See you later, Jess. Thank you very much.
for being here. Yes, South Africa are in a dire position here. India are in the lead by 12 runs, 9 wickets in hand. Yeah.
It's early days. We're only a session and a half in.
Yes. But I mean, there is always the old cliche. You can lose a test in one session. You can't win it in one.
Yes, that's definitely true. And yeah, if entropy is a function of time, then time is something Test cricket has plenty of.
Yes.
It's of course harder to construct something rather than destroy. As South Africa have done a very good job of destroying their prospects in this test.
Yes, and I mean, okay, Jaiswal fell for a duck, but Rohit seems to have 10. He's on
Yes.
39. Shubman Gill is on 14. And India still have their batting superstars to come. They have Kohli in the shed, and of course there's also KL Rahul, who was
King legend.
very, very good in the last match. The only Indian batter to make any runs in the first innings there. So I think the South African bowling attack needs to rethink their plans, and use this drinks break and obviously the tea break to reassess the situation and maybe adjust their plans.
Well, just in the drinks break, I've noticed we have a new username in the YouTube comments. We have Madan Mohan Sharma, who
Yes,
says, "Very much delighted to find you here live. Thank you." Yeah, thank you for tuning in, Madan.
yes, he's a
Uh,
regular on Gorilla Cricket, and I am guessing that he found us via Twitter because we follow each other on there.
Andre Berger continues after the drinks break, and he continues with the half volley assault, which is assaulted back by Gill through the covers for a boundary in the 71 for 1. Berger bowled so well in the last game.
Yes, he was excellent. And let's see. This is his. Yes, the first match he took.
Second ball of the over, and that just beats Gill's outside edge. There's an appeal from behind the stumps. Been given not out. Elgar doesn't seem too terribly interested. Definitely a better ball, but Berger just needs more consistency.
Yes, but he took
When it comes-
7. He took 7 wickets in the last match.
Oh, we're seeing a replay of that previous ball. So pitches on Gill's leg stump, and it just seems slightly too much to catch his outside edge. And third ball of the over, it's full again and driven by Gill, but straight to Maharaj at mid-off, no run.
Yes, he took 3 wickets in the first innings and 4 in the second. Very much in the match there. Needs to
Because I think Kutsia got injured fairly early on, so much of the load was on Rabada and Berger and Janssen. As this time it's pitching on leg stump and turned by Gill leg side for no run. So even though South Africa had 2 injured players, their standout players were more than able to compensate. But it does seem that maybe an inexperienced player like Berger's regressing to the mean a little bit in this game. As he rolls again to Gill, it's left alone outside off for no run.
And we have Brian in Brisbane with us on the YouTube chat. Says, you've changed your posters on the wall. Oh, I forgot to say, I hope you had a great Christmas and New Year. Yes, you as well. And no, I have not changed the posters on my wall. I might have changed the angle of my camera a bit. But the Seven Samurai and Aliens poster have been here all the time.
Last ball of Berger's over, and that's a better line that's left alone by Rohit on by Gill on the leg side, offside, and that's no run. India 71 for 1.
Yes, and they
Yes.
have been extending their lead to 16 now. 4 runs off the over from Burger this far, or this over. Yeah. What do you think is a good lead for India in the first innings? I mean, they will obviously try to bat only once in this match, judging by how it's going for them right now.
I think at the very least they would want a lead of 250 as Janssen is bowling around the wicket to Rohit, and good length on off stump and defended back to the bowler. But yes,
Yes.
going by how India are going now, 400 seems to be a fairly comfortable total. That would be a lead of 350 and big enough to make sure that they only need to bat once,
Mm.
as Johnson is running it again to Rohit. Outside off and driven by Rohit, but well fielded by Tony DeZorzi in the covers. No run. What do you think, Leia?
No, I think I'm about the ball behind you on my feed right
Oh, no,
now.
as in with the lead of.
Oh yes, I think they will. I think they will take a lead of 200. And I guess they will back themselves. They will back themselves into chasing whatever South Africa will set them after the second innings, because a 200 lead is a lot in these circumstances, I think.
Johnson to Rohit again, and this time it's defended to the offside. But the other thing that we got to think about is that this is still the first day, so India could just bat and bat and bat if they can. Like they can take it to the third day if they wanted to, and but by which point they'll be on 550, and there will be absolutely zero threat of them batting again, and with ample time to bowl South Africa a second time, as Janssen is bowling to Rohit, and this time it's a good leave outside off, and that's no run.
Yeah, of course they can if they can manage to bat for the whole of the second day and well into the third. They will be confident to bowl South Africa out again in within six sessions.
Yeah,
No problem, I think.
Janssen to Rohit, and this time it's driven again to the offside, fielded by Maharaj at mid off. Yeah, I guess my point is that they don't need to even think about declaring until at least at the very earliest late on day 2, if they are still batting.
No, they don't. They won't. India won't declare their first innings here. I don't think they will. If they bat
Johnson to
for the
Rohit.
whole of yes.
That's defended to the onside for no run. Yes.
I think if they manage to bat for the whole of the second day, they will just start slogging on the beginning of the third, put some runs on the board, and make South Africa chase a target of, I don't know, 300
million.
Yeah.
It's encouraging to see that this test match is being quite well attended in Cape Town. And
I mean, the last one wasn't that badly doing that badly attendance-wise. I don't think. From what I saw, there were a lot of families out on the banks. There were picnics.
Burger bowling to Shubman Gill, and that's short back of the length and played on the offside for a single. Gill is now 19, India 72. Yes, Leia?
Yes, I think the reason that people are again talking about the death of Test cricket today or during the last days is less to do with the attendance of this series and more with the selection for the New Zealand series.
Yes, and this one is catching Rohit's outside edge, flies to gully, and is well taken by Marco Janssen. Rohit is out at 39, India 72 for 2, and I'm not sure I was expecting that from Berger, given that he's been a little bit messy in his spell so far. But that one definitely rushed Rohit. Hit him high up on the shoulder of the bat. It flies off to Janssen at gully. Well taken.
Yes, and this is definitely against the flow of the match. But I think that's the value of the maiden before this one, of the 14th over. Janssen bowling a maiden to Rohit Sharma, and I think he felt a bit of pressure, tried to release the pressure, tried to score some runs, prevent the South African bowlers from finding their line and length, settling in, finding their rhythm, and he is gone for 39 caught. Janssen bowled Borger, and that should bring in Kohli at 4.
Kohli. Yes. And it's interesting that you say that Rohit was feeling the pressure, because clearly India are so well ahead, and that they could see out 3, 4, 5 maidens in a row and not be behind the game, as Berger bowls to Kohli for the first time this match and it's defended back to the bowler. Berger gestures to throw the ball back at the stumps, but he doesn't, because Kohli is still in his ground. There's no run. Yeah,
but
there's no need for Rohit to feel the pressure.
No, not really. And he was going along well. He was going along at the strike rate of over 70. But in the 13th over, we also had only one scoring shot by Gill, and 5 dots followed that one. Yeah, maybe a lapse of concentration. What was that?
Which just goes to show that Test cricket is a hard sport to play, as this one is full on the offside, and Kohli attempts to drive, but the ball goes straight to cover for no run.
Yes, and I
Can I
mean,
interest you in a
yes.
quick Big Bash League update?
Okay.
So the Perth Scorchers are playing the Adelaide Strikers. Perth got 211 in their 20 overs, helped along by Laurie Evans, who scored 85 of 28, with a strike rate of 303.6.
Well, that's a useful T20 innings, I would say. That's ludicrous.
And I think there was a boundary as my browser crashed for a second. Have you seen it, Leia?
Yes,
well,
there is
we've seen the replay.
there is a boundary from Kohli. I have replays of Rohit's wicket, and he doesn't look pleased with himself, I have to say.
I'm sure he isn't, and that Kohli boundary was definitely an edgy one. It flies between third slip and gully, and third slip makes a valiant effort to jump and catch it, but he gets nowhere near. This one is full and reaches Kohli on the half volley, and that's classic straight drive, 4 runs, 2 boundaries in a row, maybe releasing some of that pressure. India 80 for 2.
Yes, and the second boundary looked much better than the first one. The first one, a nervy edge, and he nutmegs his batting partner on the other end there, as he drives this relatively straight, and Gill has to spread his legs, jump up, and let the ball through there. Kohli won't mind. 80 for 2.
Yes, it extends India's lead to 25. Janssen continuing to Shubman Gill, who flicks it backward of square on the leg side for a single. Gill now moves to 21. India onto 81.
Yes, and as always, if you want to get in touch with us, you can always use the YouTube chat or you can tweet this Twitter handle. I will monitor that one as well. And yes, I mean, Coley will be desperate to make runs here, to make a ton here.
Well, he would have in Centurion if someone else
Absolutely.
had stayed with him.
Yes.
As Johnson continues to Coley, and Coley drives through the covers, hits him in the half volley. There's two South African fielders chasing that with great intent, but the ball beats them to the rope. So it's India now 85 for 2, and Coley all of a sudden is now on 13 of 6.
Yes. I mean, it's a good thing for Coley if he can get off the mark very fast.
Yes, he probably feels the pressure of not wanting to get out for a duck or for a low score, as this one sprays to the leg side behind square for a single. Kohli moves to 13 and India onto 86.
Yeah, because Coley has a tendency to start fishing outside his off stump in the early parts of his innings, or until he reaches about 15 to 20 runs.
Janssen bowls around the wicket to Shubman Gill, who edges it towards gully for no run. Yeah, it's his version of needing to get his iron. I wanted to ask, what have you made about the Indian selections of the young players in this series? Do you think they're going about it the right way? As Janssen bowls to Gill, who dabs the ball to cover for no run.
Well, I think they feel that they will need to select younger players now because their older superstars are getting a bit long in the tooth. They have not picked Pujara and Rahane, and they need to break in new players as replacements for those two.
This time it's back of the length and pulled by Gill very comfortably to the boundary at deep square leg. Gill is now on 24 and India on 90. Johnson maybe tiring a little bit, not being as tidy as he was earlier in his spell. Yeah, so India,
yeah.
of course, need to refresh their side, and this is early in the Test Championship cycle, so a good time as any. But I don't think the batters are the problem. I think Prashad Krishna needs a bit more time, and I don't know. Do you rate Shardul Thakur as a Test player?
Yes, I do actually. He is, of course, he's no Hardik Pandya.
As Nigel Berger wasn't a good length and it's left on the offside by Virat Kohli for no run.
But I think that Shardul Thakur has shown flashes of absolute brilliance in his career so far. All he needs is, I guess, a bit more experience, routine, and with routine and experience comes consistency, I think.
Shorter this time from Berger as Kohli ducks under that bouncer against for no run. Yeah, and that's always the tricky part about playing young players is that unless you strike it extremely lucky, they're not going to be consistent. They're not going to give the same results as the players they're replacing. So
Yes, and
teams need to be able to wear the less flattering results for the first few matches as Berger is continuing to Coley. This time it's pulled behind square on the leg side, and it looks like it's well fielded by Ngidi on the boundary. Restricts it to 2 runs. India 92 for 2, Coley on 15.
yes, and you always have to remember that Shardul Thakur isn't that young either. He's 32 years old, and he has been played by India as a bowler, first and foremost. Even though he has 4 scores of 50 plus in his 18 innings he played in tests.
Berger continuing to Coley, and that's defended to mid off for no run. So do you think Thakur is worth the investment, or should India be looking at other options for all-rounders? Ideally, they'd have Hardik Pandya.
Ideally, they'd have
can't
Hardik
stay
Pandya,
fit.
yes. And I think it's important for India to look at the Ranji Trophy season that starts on the 5th. To look for new players to come at least into the A side.
Berger to Kohli again, and that's driven by Kohli into Berger's hand, and it does deflect off the stumps at the non-striker's end, upon which the batters decide to run a single. That brings India to 93 for 2, and Kohli on 16. I wouldn't be averse to having Jadeja play the all-rounder role, and then if the next best bowler is Ashwin, play Ashwin. If it's Akshar, play Akshar, and then have your three seam bowlers.
Yes,
As
exactly.
Berger continues to gill, and that sprays to the offside and fielded by the sweeper for a single. Gill on 25. That's the end of Berger's 5th over. India 94 for 2, leading by 39.
Yes, and I think that's a bit of a. I blame the pace revolution in Indian cricket a bit for that, because before Zahir Khan and Ishan Sharma emerged onto the scene in the Indian team, India would play their best bowlers regardless of if they were pacemen or spinners. With the rise of Indian pace bowlers, they have gone down the route of building their team like an English team would be built, a South African team, or an Australian team with 3 or 4 pace bowlers and 1 spinner, except for home conditions, of course.
As Ngidi is returning to the attack, bowling to Gill, who dabs it to the offside, and that's no run. Yeah, and I understand the need for horses for courses, but when some of the bowlers that we're considering include Ravi Ashwin, and if we put him at number 8 in any batting lineup, that's going to be a net positive, I think, in most, if not all, teams. And it would have to be a bloody good team for that to not be a net positive. Ngidi is bowling over the wicket to Shubman Gill. That's defended to the offside for no run.
Excuse me. Yes, exactly. But I think that the Indian selectors prioritize pace over Ashwin's all-round capabilities. And because they have been prioritizing pace over Ashwin overseas, Ashwin doesn't have very impressive figures outside of India because he didn't play that much outside of India.
So it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Basically, yes.
as Ngidi is continuing to gill left outside of no run.
Yes, he seems to be a bit of a victim of his own dominance in home conditions.
Mhm. And I suppose because Indian players don't really play outside of India when not with the Indian team, like they can't be picked up in any other franchise competitions, it's hard for them to prove their ability outside of Indian conditions, except for maybe the county championship, of course.
Yes, the county championship is the only domestic overseas competition that the BCCI is willing to allow Indian players to play in, and even then,
Gill drives that one square on the offside for 2, India 96 for 2. Yes, Leo?
yes, and I have a feeling that they only allow players that play primarily in the test side, or almost exclusively in the test side, to play in the county championship. Over the last years, we had of course we had Pujara in England, we had Ishant Sharma in England, and
Sai Sudarshan's now playing for Surrey as
Yes.
Ngidi is bowling to Gill, and this one drags a little bit back towards the batter, but it was far enough side off that Gill could leave it on line. No run.
yes, but all those players are probably viewed as red ball specialists by the BCCI selectors, at least for the
We had
national
Washington
team.
Sundar play for Lancashire, I think.
Mm.
And I don't know if he's seen as a red ball specialist.
No, I think he played in the white ball leg of this series.
As Ngidi is bowling full outside off to Gill, and that's driven to mid off for the run. And India 96 for 2 with Ngidi none for 21 of 3.
Yeah, and I mean,
But
I mean the Indian calendar is packed full of cricket, and to be fair, the Ranji Trophy is one of the more competitive domestic first class competitions in terms of talent. There are 34 teams in there, so you really have to stand out in the domestic first class competition to even get a look in. There is enough cricket played, enough red ball cricket played inside of India. The problem is, of course, that the Indian players don't get the experience of playing outside of their home conditions in red ball cricket as much.
yes, and that's a lovely bouncer from Berger, who continues in his 6th over to Virat Kohli. Just beats the bat. It's that right level of threatening height that's between the shoulder and the neck. Yeah, good short bowling from Andre Berger.
Yeah, and I mean,
But
yes.
well, Berger is bowling again to Virat Kohli, and this time it just beats the outside edge. There's a bit of excitement behind the stumps as Elgar holds his head in his hands. He's not reviewing, but definitely an improvement this over so far from Berger.
Oh,
Just
this.
moved too much.
Kohli's lucky there.
Yes.
If
I
that
reckon
had
the
stayed a
beat-
bit lower, he would have
Yes.
been gone.
As Kohli flicks this one to Gully for no run. I reckon the BCCI not allowing Indian players to play in competitions outside of India hurts them more in the white ball stuff, which I think contributes quite a bit to them underperforming in ICC tournaments. in
That's
the
it.
T20 World Cup in Australia, and they were behind the game against England in the semi-final. They had no idea what to do, whereas the England players were accustomed to playing in the Big Bash. They knew how to play in Australia, as Berger again beats Kohli's outside edge high up on the bat for no run.
Yeah, but I'm not even sure if I would say that India underperform in ICC white ball tournaments. I think they are doing what we always joke about South Africa doing.
Yes.
They crumble under pressure. They win all their group games and then give it away in elimination games.
It's another short ball by Berger, which Kohli again ducks under for no run. Well, yes, so you, as a fellow acolyte of Jared Kimber, would be familiar with the with with the hypothesis that when or that tournaments are problem solving exercises, and usually India just coast through the group stages or the preliminary stages, and but by which point they're too good to encounter problems in those stages, so that by knockouts they don't know how to, or they're not used to solving problems. As this one is outside leg by Berger and collected by Verena on the leg side. The run India 96 for 2 at the end of that over.
Yes, exactly. They were never challenged during the last World Cup during the group stages. They never had to alter their plans. Had to think on their feet during a match, and it came to bite them in the final against Australia when things didn't go their way, and Australia won their 6th World Cup title.
Yes, it's kind of like how teams have to be inoculated, which means getting themselves a little bit sick because of the vaccine in the group stages, so
Yes.
that they'll be immune by the knockouts. Whereas India went largely unvaccinated in that analogy, as Ngidi continues to Shubman Gill, who defends on the onside for no run.
Well, not necessarily. I would not necessarily 100% agree with that assessment for the last World Cup, because they were forced to rethink their tactics during the group stages or before the group stages, because they lost Hardik Pandya and had to restructure
true,
their team.
yes.
Had to restructure the team to include 5 specialist bowlers, basically.
Ngidi into Shubman Gill, that's full, flicked off the pads to the square leg boundary. There's a big chase by Aiden Markram, who does manage to collect it. Yeah, yes, you're right. That was a big setback. But for a while, and I think Jared might have said it himself, that Hardik Pandya being unavailable made India better,
Yes.
because I mean that let Shami play, and Shami obviously destroyed everyone.
Yes, but it introduced an element of imbalance in the team.
Yes. As Ngidi bowling again to Gill, and that's defended to the offside for no run.
Because India are, as most international cricket teams, they are obsessed with the all-rounder, and the second their all-rounder became unavailable, they were forced to completely restructure their team. Their batting lineup wasn't as deep as they would have wanted. The only positive was that it allowed them to play Shami, who obviously took so many wickets that the batting didn't really matter.
Full on the stumps and driven by Gill, this time to mid on for no run.
Until the final, that is.
Yeah, and I suppose because and the the other hypothesis of Kimber's is that when the going gets tough for India in SEC knockouts, they tend to get defensive. I think that's more clear in that they resort to safer choices, which and Giri bowling to Shubman Gill this time, and that's badly misfielded by Rabada at mid-on. Chases his own misfield, and they're on 2. Gill now moves on to 31, and that brings up India's 100. So they're 45 ahead of South Africa. Yeah, so that in the World Cup final, when they made the baffling decision to take the new ball off Siraj, who had been using it fantastically through that tournament, that stage, and giving it to Shami, who had obviously been great to that point, but not with the new ball.
Exactly. But I think, I mean, this may sound like Mekhuya talking, but India need to learn that if the going gets tough, the tough get going.
Yes. This is back of the length, outside off, and driven off the back foot by Gill for a single. India 101, Gill now 32.
Let's see if we have anyone else with us on social media. Nothing in the YouTube chat thus far. On Twitter, Ajit from the Armchair Cricket Podcast liked my tweet. I don't know if he's watching. If you are watching, Ajit, hi.
Hello, Ajit, if you are watching.
Yeah, and I mean, I think what India heard in this test series is obviously the lack of tour games. They didn't play any games before the first test. Yeah.
And this time, Berger bowls back of the length, 2 straight, and very easily dispatched by Gill. Plays an aerial pull shot towards the mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs. And we do see a lot that touring teams don't tend to play their first test matches very well, as Berger bowling a better length this time to Gill, defends on the back foot to the offside. Yeah, and it takes them until the second test to perform reasonably.
Yes, and this is
That
of
could
course
be very well what's happening now.
Yeah, and this is of course the problem with the 2 test series. I think there is an argument to be made to play at least 3 tests in a series, and I mean this isn't like South Africa are minnows or something like it. They clearly deserve 3 test series, and up until now they have gotten them.
Yeah, as Berger bowls back of the length, and that's defended by Gill to the onside. And if India wanted to win in South Africa so badly, then surely if they had played at least a 3-game series, then that would allow them to lose one but still win the series overall. Berger continuing to Gill over the wicket, and tight line defended by Gill on the back foot for no run. What do you think, Leah, if so the reason why teams play two match series is because test matches are expensive, they're not very profitable. What do you think that if in the World Test Championship they had to play a minimum of 3 matches, but they were allowed to play 4-day matches, as Berger this time beats the bat of Shubman Gill, and there's a stifled appeal for leg before. It did look quite high. Yeah, and Verena is signaling as such. There's no
Yeah.
real discussion for a review, but that was definitely a good ball.
Yes, and Gil didn't know what to do with that one. He's lucky here that this one bounced way too high. It was still rising when it hit him. I'm not sure if there was any bat involved. No, probably not, but it was rising steeply as it hit him. And yes, I would agree with Verena, who says, no, this is too high.
And this one catches Gill's outside edge. He gets well taken a gully. There was a slight delay in Andre Berger's celebrations, and maybe he was waiting for an all clear signal on the no ball. But that was another good catch by Marco Janssen.
Yes, and I
Gully.
think Burger was the one who is relative, or who is very sure that he's got the wicket. Everyone else in the South African team seems to be looking to the umpire, and as the finger goes up, everyone mobs Burger. Who is standing there like a statue, waiting for the adulation of his teammates. And so Shubman Gill goes for 36. He is out caught Janssen bowled Burger, and India are 105 for 3. The lead though is 50.
So just quietly, in the same vein as how none of the South African batters exceeded 15, none of the Indian batters so far have exceeded 40. So, which does suggest that it is a tough pitch. It's not a 55 all out pitch, but
That's the problem, and I mean, yes, of course, the Indian batsman did not exceed 40, but 40 is very, very different from 15 in the context of a test match, I would suggest. Because on the other hand, the only batsman who is out, who did not surpass 30, is Jaiswal, and he was gone for a duck. Both Sharma and Gill made scores of 30 plus.
as Janssen is continuing this time around the wicket to Virat Kohli, and Paul Verena is a little bit excited, but there was clearly no edge. But there's no run either.
Exactly.
Seeing a replay of that catch, and that's a beautiful take by Janssen. And we're seeing quite a golden period of young, ludicrously tall all-rounders fielding in gully and gobbling everything in sight. Around the wicket again from Janssen, and that's left alone by Virat Kohli for no run.
Yes, I mean on the one hand, it's an advantage if you are tall. On the other hand, in reflex catch situations, it can also be a very big disadvantage, as the angles of your body, the levers, are very, very bad for
Janssen in
fast
again
movement.
to. Is that the Shreyas Iyer? No. But either way, it was a dot ball.
It's Kohli.
Yep, that was Kohli again. So defended to mid-on for no run. Well, I think what we've been seeing more and more, and we see it in sports like basketball and Australian football, that players are getting taller and taller, but they're also getting more nimble and athletic. And it must be some sort of sports science programs that's helping them reach that kind of potential, as that one is left outside off by Kohli for no run.
There's a kid in in the crowd
Yes.
with a placard saying it's burger time.
Yes. The picture of a burger and fries. As
Yes,
that last Janssen delivery was signaled a no ball, which he is reballing now, and that's defended by Coley to the offside for no run.
yeah, that ball after the no ball was very well bowled inside the channel. Not much
Ooh,
that Kohli could do
yes.
there.
And it hits Coley on the fingers, so it bounces much more than he had expected.
Mm.
And yeah,
Yeah, but it
no
doesn't.
matter how
Yes.
no matter how much he gets hit on the gloves, it probably doesn't make it hurt any less. And this time, it's uppercutted by Coley behind square on the offside, all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. It's a good reply from Coley. He now moves to 20 and India on 110.
But you will
You're
have,
saying, Leo?
yeah, you have to say there was no no hesitation by Kohli and no taking the gloves off after being hit on the gloves on the thumb or the fingers. So he was
Saying
he was
he's made
lucky
of tougher
there.
stuff than Steve Smith, which he probably is, to be fair. Johnson, last ball of his over to Coley, very wide on the crease, and also well wide of off stump, and that's left alone. Kohli is 20 and India 110. Shreyas yet to get off the mark, yet to face a ball.
Yes, and we only have 10 more minutes left in this afternoon session, and South Africa have only bowled 22 overs. So they will also have to watch it in terms of the over rate, unless they want to get fined by the ICC as well.
Well, the overrates deduction, that was changed during the Ashes, so that if a bowling team managed to take 10 wickets within 80 overs, they don't get any points deductions. Berger is continuing his spell, and Australia Sires first ball, which raised to Gully for no run, which is of course a silly. Well, it's a bit of a silly change, but also silly that it was done like after the start of the Test Championship cycle, and which goes to show the influence of big 3 teams, because Usman Khawaja was the one who approached an ICC official about that. They would have lost so many points, and England even more so. As this one catches Shreyas Iyer's outside edge, it's given out by the umpire. Well taken by Verreynne, and Berger this time doesn't need to wait before he gets mobbed by his teammates.
No.
Shreyas Iyer.
Yes, as Shreyas Iyer is walking off, this is a clear edge. Iyer knows he's gone. He's gone for a duck. And India are 110 for 4. There might be something in this match. The lead is only 55 runs. And India
What do you think isn't?
Yes?
What do you think is a deficit that South Africa would be okay with?
I think that depends very much on how the pitch starts to behave. I think they need to survive. If they are betting again today, they can afford to lose only at most 1 wicket before stumps on this evening. There might be hope that the pitch flattens out. We've seen it in South Africa a number of times that the pitches start to flatten out. And if this pitch does, South Africa might actually feel relatively confident with a deficit of, I don't know, around 100, 110.
Yeah, I reckon if I was in the South African dugout, my goal would be to bowl India out by the end of day one, in the hope that the pitch might flatten out on day two, so that India don't get to bat on that flatter pitch, and that South Africa can start to
Repair the damage.
work on that deficit. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
King Legend Rahul
Yes.
is joining us at the crease.
The only problem I would have with this is that if South Africa allow India to bat until around stumps today, the lead might be a lot more than 100 or 110.
This one's on Rahul's leg stump. Berger, of course, bowling left arm over the wicket, and that's turned to the onside for no run. That was a lovely delivery to Shreyas Iyer in, again, what Damon Fleming would call the avenue of apprehension.
I can only guess that's the same as the corridor of uncertainty that Jeffrey Boycott likes to go on about.
That's much more it's much more of a literal way of describing that. That's full on Rahul's off stump, defended to the offside for no run.
Yes, but to come back to my thought, I think if they allow India to bat until stumps today, the lead might be more in the 150, 160 range, and I think that's a dicey proposition for South Africa.
Yeah, and as Berger is continuing to KL Rahul, and this one is defended a little bit tentatively to the offside for no run. Yeah, obviously from South Africa's perspective, the sooner they bowl out India, the better. And I would think they would be getting a little bit of encouragement from the fact that they were able to restrict India's batters from going big. As Berger into Rahul again. This time it's defended again to the offside for no run. And that's the end of the over. India 110 for 4.
Exactly.
Rahul yet to get off the mark. Kohli on 20.
Yes, exactly. And if they take another wicket, they are into the all-rounder. Jadeja is the man at 7 for India, and after Jadeja, we are definitely into the tail. According to the team sheet, we have Jasprit Bumrah at 8, and Bumrah's test match batting average is, I think it's in the single digits.
Well, it feels like this particular Indian 11 is, as Johnson continues around the wicket to Virat Kohli, and that's left alone on the offside. I was going to say this Indian 11 is akin to the red kangaroo in that they have a long tail.
Yes, absolutely. Because I've looked it up. Bumrah's test batting average is 6.87. That's not encouraging for a number 8.
Is that including his 34 runs off Stuart Broad's over?
Yes. That's
goodness.
his high score.
Janssen into Kohli again, and this time it's an appeal for LBW. Ahsan Raza is unmoved. There's a little bit of discussion for Elgar and Verena. I think they are saying that it's going to
They reviewed
miss the
it.
stumps, but no, at the very last second, at the literal last second, Elgar makes the tee with his hands. What do you think, Leia?
Yes, but really, Bumrah's high score in tests with the bat is 34 not out, which I think is that Stuart Broad over.
To be fair, that over had some extras, so it might have been off
Yes, true.
some other bowlers. But, I think that looked a little bit high. What do you think, Leah?
I think it is a bit high and it might do a bit too much. It hit him over the knee roll. It's coming in at a flatter angle than the last one, where we were talking about possible LBW, and it's
Well, we're seeing Hawkeye now, and it's umpire's call.
Umpire's
So
call.
better review this time.
yes,
They
it's
keep it.
a way better review, but still it was still a 50-50 chance, I would have said, because it was actually doing quite a bit, angling across him. Kohli survives here, a bit lucky. But I think
Yes, it could have gone either way.
yeah, but I think South Africa are getting a bit desperate with Kohli here. They know what he can do.
Possible. No. Janssen around the wicket to Kohli, who turns it onto the leg side for a single. This will probably be the last over before tea,
Yes, probably
Is-
will be.
as I'm seeing a comment on Cricinfo saying, I read 20.6 as burger to grill out lunchtime. I assume that was burger bowling to gill. Yes, people are just hungry. And blaming the names of cricketers. Johnson is now switching to over the wicket, bowling to KL Rahul. We saw the good results of Nandre Berger, the left armer, bowling to the right-handed Shreyas Iyer, taking his outside edge for a caught behind. As bouncer, and it didn't look like one of the threatening ones, as it was easy enough for Rahul to duck under for no run. 2 balls to go in the session.
Yes, exactly. I think this will be the final 2 deliveries of the session, as I think the clock has ticked over. Yes, it's 14:40. They won't start a new over after this one. Ooh,
Johnson to Rahul. Oh yes, this
That-
one strikes Rahul on the thigh pad as it jags in. Initially, Rahul was looking to leave the ball on length,
mm,
but it jagged in quite far, didn't it?
it did. And it didn't strike him on the thigh pad. It hit him above the heart
Oh,
in the
yes.
rib cage.
Oh yes.
Or on
It's
the
one of those
sternum.
bruise makers. Yep.
He might be a bit out of breath.
Nasty parting gift just before tea. Last ball of the session. That's glanced by Rahul over to Gully for no run. That's the end of the over. India finished the session on 111 for 4. They are 56 runs ahead,
Exactly.
and they're definitely ascendant, but not as.
They're not home yet.
But yes, exactly.
And
What's on the session, Leah?
well, I would say India's session overall, given that all 10 South African wickets fell within one session in the morning session, and India made over 100 runs. Okay, they lost 4 wickets, but the wicket seems to be very, very sporting. The run rate is 4.63. I think I would give this to India. They have more than doubled South Africa's total and they still have 6 wickets in hand.
And plenty of time in the game to go.
Plenty of time in the game to go. They are not as far ahead as I would have predicted after the first session. That I have to say. Let me just quickly go through the scorecard. We have Jaiswal bowled Rabada for naught. Rohit Sharma caught Jansen bowled Burger 39. Shubman Gill caught Jansen bowled Burger 36. Virat Kohli is not out on 20. Shreyas Iyer was caught behind for a duck by caught Verreynne bowled Burger. And KL Rahul is not out on naught. 16 extras so far. The total is 111 for 4. The pick of the South African bowlers is Nandre Borga, who took 3 for 42 from 8 overs. The other wicket to fall fell to Rabada, 1 wicket for 10 runs from 6 overs. Lungi Ngidi and Marco Jansen both with 0 wickets thus far, from for 26 from 4 overs and 21 from 6 respectively. Yes, India well ahead at this stage, but not as far as I would have predicted after the morning session. And well, I think we have to say goodbye to you, Adit, for today, and tomorrow you will be with us again on the 3rd day, if I see that correctly on the schedule.
Yes, I don't think I will be able to.
Yes,
do
that's
day 2,
no
but I will
problem.
be back on day 3.
Yes.
Yeah, it's been fun as always.
Yes, thank you very,
And,
very much.
Yes, hopefully you will have an eventful 3rd session to call.
Yes,
and,
I'm
yeah.
pretty confident.
Yes, and I'll see you in a couple of days. Thank you everyone for listening. Catch you later.
Thank you very much, and we will take a short break for the tea break, and see you all later. And welcome back, everyone, to the final session of this first day of the second test between South Africa and India. Let's go through the day's action so far. South Africa were bowled out for 55 on the stroke of lunch by India. Mohammad Siraj being the pick of the Indian bowlers. He took 6 for 15. And in reply, India made 111 runs while losing 4 wickets during the afternoon session. 111 for 4 is not an amazing score in isolation, I would say, but given the fact that they bowled out South Africa for 55 and are now leading by 56 runs, they feel a lot more comfortable with where they are at the moment, and they have Virat Kohli and KL Rahul out in the middle, the two batsmen that made substantial scores for India in the first test, in which they were rolled by an innings. And the first over of this afternoon session is to be bowled by Hariso Rabada. His first delivery is defended by Kohli for a dot, and the second one is flicked off his pads into the leg side. They run a couple as it is fielded at deep mid-wicket. India move on to 113 for 4, extending their lead to 58. Let me just tweet out that we are back. All right. Not much happening for the next 2 deliveries from Rabada. Kohli leaving balls that move away from him. Relatively comfortable leaves from Kohli here, who is on 22. His partner KL Rahul yet to get off the mark as Rabada comes in for the 5th ball of his over, and there is again a single into the leg side. India 114 for 4. Rahul now on strike. He is on naught of 7. He will have to face the final delivery of Rabada's first over after tea, and this one by Rabada is very wide outside Rahul's off stump. He watches it as it goes by and is gathered by Karl Varane, the keeper, and there is no run. India remain on 114 for 4. They have extended their lead. To 59 runs now. The only Indian batsman to not make more than 30 and being out are Jaiswal and Shreyas Iyer, who both made ducks. As now Nandre Borger should be continuing. No, it's Janssen. It's Janssen, and the first ball to Kohli is a full delivery on the middle stump, and it is defended by Kohli back to the bowler. And second delivery, and it is a cut by Kohli. It's aerial, but it evades the fielders and it runs away to the boundary for 4 runs. India have now hit 17 fours in the innings. The score is 118 for 4. The fielder at backward point was running to his right, couldn't get to it, and Kohli makes a boundary. Third delivery. This one bounces very high and Kohli has to defend it well in front of his chest into the onside. There is no run. It's reached him at almost shoulder height. That was a very pronounced bounce that Janssen got there. Coming in for the fourth delivery. Left arm around the wicket, and this one is flicked to backward square leg by Kohli, who brings KL Rahul back onto strike as they take a single. 119 for 4. Final delivery of fifth delivery of Janssen's over to come. KL Rahul still to score. He is on none of 8. As we have seen, 14 wickets fall today in 49 overs for 174 runs that have been scored, and Janssen continues around the left arm around the wicket to the right-handed Rahul, who defends that out to backward point, and there is no run. Final delivery of Janssen's over the second of this final session of the first day. Janssen with figures of none for 26 thus far. 1 ball to go in his 7th over. Left arm round the wicket, and that is an adventurous leave by Rahul, angling in towards the stumps. Rahul takes a step towards his off stump, has the bat held high, and there is no run as the ball goes through to the keeper, Carl Verreynne. Janssen now with figures of none for 26 from 7 overs. He bowled 2 maidens, has an economy of 3.71. Pick of the South African bowlers thus far is Borger with 3 wickets for 42 runs from 8 overs. He's been relatively expensive at over 5. And Rabada continues with his 8 over. And this one jumps on Kohli, who tries to defend it. Gets kind of an edge to it. It balloons out into the offside. There is no fielder close enough, and there is no run. next ball of the over is too short by Rabada and into the body of Kohli, who plays a pull shot, and that one goes away to the leg side boundary for 4 runs. That last ball where Kohli got an edge to it, I think if the South Africans had set a more attacking field with point closer to the wicket, that would have been out. It would have been an easy chance, but Elgar has set a relatively defensive field, or a less attacking field than Rohit Sharma had for most of the South African innings. And I have to correct myself. The umpires have been checking the video evidence. That one was actually a pull for 6 from Kohli. It actually hit the boundary sponge without bouncing. Yes, it bounced back into the field, and that is 6 runs. That's the first 6 of the match, actually. The next 2 deliveries produce dot balls from Rabada, who has figures of 1 for 19. Kohli moves on to 34. The lead is extended to 70. As Rabada comes in for the 5th delivery of his over, and that one is left alone by Kohli, and I would guess that he left that one alone on height as it bounced relatively high, wouldn't have hit the stumps, is also a bit outside off. No danger for Kohli there. Final delivery of Rabada's 8th over. Right arm over the wicket, and that is a drive by Kohli, and it beats cover, and that is 4 runs. End of the 27th over, and India are 129 for 4. 10 runs off that Rabada over. Kohli on 38. KL Rahul yet to score in this innings. And let's see if we do have any social media interactions. If you want to get in touch with me or with us, you can always use the YouTube chat, or you can use my Twitter handle there. On the screen beneath the logo of the channel. I will be monitoring that as well. Let's see if we have anyone on Twitter. Not yet. And Jansen continues to Rahul. Jansen is coming left arm around the wicket to Rahul, who defends this length ball into the offside. There is no run. If I would have to make a prediction, I would say that this is the partnership to make or break India's innings, really. Next one is an attempted drive, square drive, but it's stopped at point. After it bounces, there is no run. And it's also been given as a no ball, as Janssen seems to have stepped over the crease. Yes, there is a good 10 centimeters. This is almost spot fixing no ball territory. Janssen in, and Rahul tries to defend that into the ground. It beats his outside edge and Verreynne takes it. Still no run. I do think this is a reasonable pitch for a test match. It's a very sporting pitch. There's a lot in it for the bowlers thus far. As Janssen comes in again, left arm around the wicket, and Rahul leaves that. There is swing for Janssen, swinging into Rahul. But as it is bowled very wide outside the off stump, he can leave it relatively risk-free. Fourth delivery of the over from Janssen, left arm around the wicket, and it is defended by Rahul back towards the bowler, and there is no run. Janssen and Ngidi, the two South African bowlers that have thus far not taken any wickets. Rabada with 1, Borger with 3. Yeah, but I would think that this partnership is the one to make or break India's innings. As the next one is very, very short by Janssen, and Rahul tries an uppercut, misses it. Verreynne takes it over his head. There is no appeal, as Rahul obviously missed it. Oh, there is a bit of interest from the slips. Will they review it? No, they don't. Next one is left arm around the wicket, and it is played out to cover by Rahul. There is no run. Only a single from, or only one run from this 28th over, and that one was a no ball. Yes, this partnership probably the one to make or break this India innings. If this partnership can take them to stumps today, this evening, they should have a lead of around 150. If not 175. And Rabada is back into Kohli, right arm over the wicket, bowled on a length, very wide outside the off stump. Kohli leaves it, and Verreynne has to really dive to his left, as that one swung very, very late after passing the batsman. No run. Rabada back, right arm over the wicket, and Kohli flicks that into the leg side, where the fielder has to come in from deep square leg, as there is no one else around, and India take a couple. Kohli is now the first Indian batsman in this innings to make 40 or more runs. previous high score in the innings was captain Rohit Sharma, who made 39. India 132 for 4. Rabada in again, right arm over the wicket. This one a lot fuller. Kohli can get his bat down just in time to jam it back into the ground. And there is no run. Fourth delivery of Rabada's 9th over, now coming in, right arm over the wicket to Kohli, who guides that between third slip and gully, and the gully fielder can stop it before it reaches the boundary about 30 centimeters before the sponge. Drags it back inside the rope, and the gully fielder who followed him throws it back in towards the middle. And India take another couple. Kohli now on 42. The lead is 79 runs. Next one is down the leg side by Rabada. Kohli can't get bat onto it. Varane takes it and there is no run. Final delivery of Rabada's 9th over. Right arm over the wicket. Kohli defends it into the ground. It's fielded at cover. And there is no run. Kohli on 42, Rahul on 0 of 17. Do we have anyone in? Yes, if you want to get in touch with me, you can always use the YouTube chat. You can also use Twitter and tweet at me. I will monitor that one as well. Do we have anything? No, nothing. As Jansen continues for his 9th over. This one is on a leg stump line and KL Rahul guides that down to fine leg, where the fielder comes around and fields it inside the boundary. And they should take some runs here. Oh, it's given as leg byes. Seems to have been the thigh pad and not the bat. So Rahul remains on 0 of 18. Jansen coming in again, left arm around the wicket. Aimed at the legs, and it's defended by Rahul back into the ground, and there is no run. Third delivery is defended by Rahul, where it is fielded by Point, and there is still no run. He has now faced 20 deliveries and not made a single run off the bat. We are almost into Cheteshwar Pujara territory here, who in, I think, 2018 was on 0 of 50 on an almost very dangerous pitch. Jansen back in, left arm around the wicket. And there is still no run. There's a bit of confusion with the camera work. Couldn't see if they ran. No, they didn't. Jansen, left arm around the wicket. This time it's shorter and it's hooked by Rahul to deep fine leg. And that is his first run of the innings. Rahul moves on to 1 of 22. Any chance of a pair has been averted for KL Rahul. India are 137 for 4 and lead by 82 now. As Jansen comes in to complete his 9th over, left arm around the wicket to Kohli, who plays that into the onside. It seems to have hit him on the fingers, was short of a length. But there is another single for Kohli, who hawks the strike. He is on 43 now. India 138 for 4. 4 runs of this Marco Jansen over. India lead by 83. As we are seeing Dean Elgar in his final test match for South Africa, he is the captain for this match, as Temba Bavuma is out with presumably an injury. He did not bat during the 1 innings of South Africa in the first test that started on Boxing Day, as Kagiso Rabada will continue. He is into his 10th over now. First delivery to Kohli is left alone by Kohli. There is seam movement for Rabada. Second delivery, right arm over the wicket. This one wider outside the off stump on a length. And Kohli leaves that one alone as well. And India are still 138 for 4. Third one is guided by Kohli down towards the third man area. Is it dropped in the slips? Did it go to ground before? Looks like it hit the ground before it reached the slips. Yes, where there is a diving attempt at a stop. Well short of second slip, actually. That edge from Kohli. They take no run. Another dot ball. Next one is way too short by Rabada, a bouncer that sails over everything, the batsman as well as the keeper, and runs away to the boundary for 4 byes. Next one is onto Kohli's pads, who plays it into the onside where the fielder from mid-wicket is coming around to square leg, fields it, and India take only a single. 144 for 4. Yes, that bouncer has been given as a wide, and then 4 byes. 33 runs, no wickets thus far in the sessions in 6.4 overs. Rabada in. And this one is played out to point. There is no run. Rahul still on 1. Next one is fielded at gully. There is no run again. Kohli is back onto strike. India 144 for 4. The lead is almost 90. Seven overs have been bowled in this session, 33 runs scored. The run rate is 4.71. What is going on? Are they having drinks? Anyway, let's have a look what social media says. Brian in Brisbane says, just back from a lunch of 2 times toasted ham and cheese sandwiches, trying to use all the Christmas leftovers. How much longer is play today? Will they get all the overs bowled? There should be another 90 minutes in the day, Brian. I'm not certain they will get in all the overs, and I don't really know if they update the minimum overs remaining on the Cricinfo side, because during the first sessions there were 10 wickets to fall, and that should, at least in theory, reduce the number of overs to be bowled in the day. Not to mention the 4 Indian wickets to fall, as we have Ngidi replacing Marco Jansen. First delivery of his over is a dot ball. Next one is fielded at mid-wicket, and Kohli takes a single, bringing Rahul back onto strike. Kohli now on 45. India 145 for 4. And with about 3/4 of the final session of the day still to bowl, we have around 55 overs bowled in the day thus far. So I don't think they will get in 35 overs in the 90 minutes that remain until the scheduled close of play. I would be very, very surprised by that. What is happening here? Ngidi is taken for a few singles, one from Rahul and another one from Kohli, who moves on to 46. And we see that this is the lowest total in test matches versus India by South Africa. The previous lowest was 79 in Nagpur in 2015. This 55 in Cape Town in 2024 is the lowest innings total they ever made against India. Rahul is now playing Ngidi out to deep square leg, and they take a single, bringing Kohli back onto strike. Kohli is on 46. He's ticking along relatively briskly at 46 of 56, at least by test match standards. That is a strike rate of over 80. And the final delivery of Ngidi's 5th over is now coming up. He bowls to Virat Kohli. Right arm over the wicket, and this is defended out to mid-wicket, and there is no run. India remain on 148 for 4. Kohli on 46 and Rahul on 3. The Indian lead is now approaching 100. They're 7 away from that. And we will see who will continue for South Africa. It looks like it will be Rabada for his 10th over of the innings. Indeed, it is Rabada to bowl his 11th. He so far has figures of 1 for 33. He's coming in right arm over the wicket to Rahul, who defends it. It's fielded at square leg. There is no run. Peels that off his pads, really. Doesn't get a run though. He remains on 3 of 28 deliveries. That's a strike rate of around 10.7. Next one is defended. It trickles out into the offside behind square a bit. Gully is coming in to field that one. Still no run for Rahul. He remains on 3. Rabada in, and there is a shout for LBW as Rahul tried to defend that, and it definitely hits him on the pad, and it hits him, I think, in front of the wicket. The DRS timer though is ticking down as as some of the South African players seem to suggest that there is an inside edge, and now we are getting the replay, and there is a massive inside edge. Rahul is playing that ball into his front pad. He's playing it into his front pad above the knee roll. Would have been a problem of height as well if no edge would have been involved. Next one from Rabada is too short to KL Rahul, who does not miss such an opportunity. He pulls it over square leg and it runs away to the boundary for 4 runs. That's the first boundary for KL Rahul in this innings and match. That's a superb pull by Rahul. Perfectly horizontal bat. And there is no chance for any fielder. There is one bounce, and then it dribbles into the boundary rope. His first boundary thus far. India 152 for 4. Next one from Rabada is played with soft hands by Rahul, and it drops into the ground and dies before reaching a gully. There is no run. Next one is another pull shot, but this time there is a fielder out in the deep. And that is only a single to KL Rahul to deep square leg. End of the 33rd over, India 153 for 4. 5 runs of this Kagiso Rabada over. India extend their lead now to 98. Rahul has accelerated from a strike rate of below 11 and is now on a strike rate of 25. He's 8 from 32. Kohli at the non-strikers end is on 46 of 57. And we have Ngidi back, and there is an appeal, short ball. Rahul tries to uppercut it. I think he got an edge to that. There seems to be no hesitation from Hasan Raza, who gives him out, caught behind, and Rahul seems to be walking. KL Rahul is out, caught Verreynne, bowled Ngidi for 8. That's a very, very loose shot from Rahul. Didn't have to play at that. Absolutely no need for it. And he is gone for 8. And that brings... It should bring Ravindra Jadeja out into the middle. And he is probably the last recognized batsman for India. He is coming in at number 7 because, and I say he is the last recognized batsman for India because at number 8 India are playing Jasprit Bumrah in this test match. 153 for 5. Not really an impressive score under normal circumstances. The lead is still almost 100 runs. Yeah, I think the collapse in the first South African innings really puts India ahead here. And we have Ravindra Jadeja coming in his 68th match. His high score is 175 not out. He averages 36.42. That average is a bit deceptive though. He's been in the runs for the last part of his career, 2-3 years now. And the first ball is played out into the offside by Jadeja for no run. As we are seeing replays here of the KL Rahul wicket, yes, there's a massive sound on Ultra Edge. Next one by Jadeja, he gets the shoulder of the bat to the ball. It loops up into the air and it is taken in the slips. Easy chance. Jadeja goes for a duck, having faced 2 deliveries, and South Africa are now into the tail of India. Jadeja is caught Jansen Bolton Gidi for naught. India 153 for 6. And in rapid succession, Lungi Ngidi has taken 2 wickets after being unlucky in the afternoon session. Now he has 2. He has figures of 2 for 30 from 5.5 overs. And that wicket seems to lift the mood in the South African camp. Ngidi is laughing with, I think that was Calverene. And as I said, Jasprit Bumrah is coming in at 8. Bumrah has a batting average in tests in the single digits. His test average is 6.87. His highest score is 34 not out. He has made 213 runs in 49 innings thus far. His best was versus England at Lord's in 2021, which I think is the match in which he faced a Stuart Broad over that went for 34. There were a lot of extras in that one, or few extras in that one. Funnily enough, he also made 34 not out in that match. And the first ball he faces from Ngidi, there is an appeal from behind the stumps, Calverene, but I think this one is a bit optimistic. He tries to defend it, doesn't get a bat to it, but it hits him very, very high, almost on the hip. No chance of this hitting the stumps. And the umpire is unmoved, not out. Ngidi right arm over the wicket, and almost the same dismissal as Jadeja. Now Bumrah is out as well, having also faced 2 balls, having gotten a ball short of a length from Ngidi, getting the shoulder of the bat to that. It loops up and is taken in the slips. Bumrah is out, called Jansen Bolton Ngidi, exactly the same as Jadeja. Bumrah called Jansen Bolton Ngidi for none. As was Jadeja, he was also called Jansen Bolton Ngidi not. And India are suddenly 153 for 7. 17 wickets have fallen so far today. Still, India lead by 98. And it brings to the wicket Mohammad Siraj at 9 for India. Kohli will be getting nervous now. He might be out there when this Indian innings comes to an end, stranded on 46 or something like it. Siraj has played 31 innings. He averages 4.68. His best is 16 not out. Also versus England, but in 2021 in Chennai. And the first ball he faces from Ngidi is short of a length, and he defends it with a high bat back into the ground off the back foot, and there is no run. India remain on 153 for 7. And on YouTube we have Brian in Brisbane, 5 wickets. Have India taken the South Africa score too lightly? Well, it is 7 wickets now, Brian. I'm not saying they have taken the South African score too lightly, but I think some of their lower order batsmen have perhaps underestimated this South African bowling attack, because they are no slouches. 3 wickets in that Ngidi over, triple wicket maiden. And the second ball of Rabada's 12th over sees Virat Kohli nicking off on 46 to Kagiso Rabada. Kohli is gone for 46. He is caught Markram, bowled Rabada. And India are now 153 for 8. They are still leading by 98 runs, but they have lost 4 wickets without extending that lead now. The 34th over was wicket, dot, wicket, dot, wicket, dot. And the 35th has thus far begun dot, wicket. And who comes out to bat now? As Kohli departs. No, he's held up inside. He's held up inside the boundary rope, as they seem to be looking at a video replay. The umpires want to check if that catch was taken cleanly, I would guess. Virat still standing near the rope, as we see a replay of that catch, and I would suggest that this was a clean catch. Yes, it was. It's given as a clean catch, and Kohli is climbing the stairs to the dressing room, and Prasidh Krishna is out in the middle for India at number 10. Prasidh Krishna in his second match, his high score is not out. He has made 0 runs in his career and doesn't have an average. He faces Rabada, and first ball is a full ball outside the off stump, and he angles his bat out and plays that to gully, where there is no run. Krishna already living dangerously here. There is a chance of a run out, and there is a run out. That is a comedy run out to end the innings. Krishna played it to mid-wicket. Siraj took off for a run. Krishna, who was the batsman running towards the danger end, is not interested, and Siraj is halfway down the wicket when the fielder comes around from a mid-wicket and gathers the ball up at where mid-on would have been, basically, and throws the ball into the stumps, and India lose another wicket, their 5th. Oh, no, it's not all over. Their 5th, they lose their 9th wicket, the 5th for no run. They have lost five wickets now for 0 runs, and their last hope is Mukesh Kumar, who is in at 11, as Prasidh Krishna is facing up to Rabada, right arm over the wicket, and Krishna nicks off to second slip for another duck, and it is eating relatively well, or starving or famine for India, as Prasidh Krishna is caught Markram, bowled Rabada for naught. India are 153 all out. The scorecard is relatively well. This is bizarre. We have Yashasvi Jaiswal bowled Rabada naught. Rohit Sharma called Jansen, bowled Burger 39. Shubman Gill caught Jansen, bowled Burger 36. Virat Kohli caught Markram, bowled Rabada 46. That's also the Indian highest score. Shreyas Iyer caught Verreynne, bowled Burger naught. KL Rahul caught Verreynne, bowled Ngidi 8. Ravindra Jadeja caught Jansen, bowled Ngidi naught. Jasprit Bumrah caught Jansen, bowled Ngidi naught. Mohammad Siraj run out Burger naught. Prasidh Krishna caught Markram, bowled Rabada naught. Mukesh Kumar not out naught. 24 extras. A total of 153 all out for India. We have 3 bowlers who have taken 3 wickets each. Pick of the bowlers is now Kagiso Rabada. He has taken 3 wickets for 38 runs in 11.5 overs. Lungi Ngidi, 3 wickets for 30 in 6. And Nandre Burger, 3 for 42 from 8. Only Marco Jansen, unlucky today. He has taken none for 29 from 9 overs. And India lead on first innings by 98 runs. And they will not be happy with that, I would suggest. Losing their last 5 wickets for no run. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Their last 6 wickets. They're losing their last 6 wickets for no run. No, that's not good. They were from 153 for 4 to 153 all out. Well, let's see if South Africa can use the momentum as they say. Yes, Brian in Brisbane. South Africa will be back batting soon. How many times have two sides been out in day one in a test? I can't really. I'll have to look that up. But they are now back to bat because India lost 6 wickets for 0 runs. That was up there with the most entertaining collapses. There is an innings break, and as I am alone, I will take a short break and we'll be back with you for the second innings of South Africa very, very shortly. See you in a few minutes. And we are back, everyone. What a dramatic last 15 minutes of this first innings. India gifting South Africa 6 wickets for no runs and bringing South Africa basically back into this match. Don't get me wrong, the lead is still 98 for India, which in the context of this game is not nothing, I would say. South Africa were all out for 55, India all out for 153, and I think I found the answer to Brian's question: how many times have both teams all out on the first day of a test? And I can find 12 instances of that happening. And we are back for the second innings of the South Africans. We have Aiden Markram and Dean Elgar out in the middle to open the batting for South Africa. And Jasprit Bumrah has the new ball in hand. South Africa still trailing by 98 runs after 3 deliveries, but the fourth is a muscular drive from Aiden Markram, and that goes all the way to the boundary for 4 runs, and South Africa are off the mark, 4 for no loss after 0.4 overs. Almost a cut, maybe a cover drive, I would say, but fifth delivery of the over. This one is more onto the stumps by Bumrah, and it is defended by Markram, and there is no run. And we have on the Twitter, on the YouTube chat, 6 wickets for 0 runs. Amazing for a test match. It looks like I'm a bit behind on the YouTube feed. I'll refresh and catch up, says Brian. Yes. 12 times both sides out in a day. No. Out on the first day. Both sides out on the first day. Meaning 20 wickets have fallen on the first day. If you want all out in any day, that's a lot more. That's 1, 2, 35 times. 35 times 20 wickets have fallen in a day. But I think now you can I've been looking for most wickets in a day, and only on the first day you can say that if 20 wickets have fallen, that both teams have been that 2 innings have been completed. There's some permutations for the rest, where not 2 innings have been completed in one day. As India's bowling hero of the first innings, Mohammad Siraj, is continuing from the other end, as Bumrah's opening bowling partner. he keeps his figures clean at none for none of the first 2 deliveries he bowls to Elgar. And the third one is another dot ball that Elgar just defends to backward point. Right-handed Siraj, right arm bowler Siraj is coming over the wicket to the left-handed Elgar, who can do very little with the first 3 balls, and to the 4th delivery he tries a cut shot, gets an under edge to that one, and there is much disappointment in the slips that he doesn't drag that one on, but it bounces well in front of the stumps and outside the off stump, so there is no danger for Elgar. Next one from Siraj is a bit short and an attempted pull by Elgar, but it is fielded by mid-wicket and there is no run. South Africa remain on 4 for naught. Final delivery is short of a length, and this one is again played out to mid-wicket. As we are seeing Ravi Ashwin pulling his kit back behind him, he has apparently been batting in the nets, as he has his pads on the boundary. Well, this has been a very, very eventful first day of the second test. South Africa seemed out of it by, I would say, they looked very much behind by tea, but that late surge by their bowlers might just have kept them in this match. The deficit of 98 in the context of this match, very, very low scores by both teams, might make the difference though. The South Africans are 98 behind after being able to only make 55 in their first innings. And there still seems to be something in the pitch for the fast bowlers, and if the Indian pacemen, who got a lot of movement during the first innings, during the early stages of the first innings, or basically all the way through, Siraj, of course, the destroyer-in-chief for India this morning. If they get a quick 2 or 3 wickets in the 45 minutes remaining until the scheduled close of play, South Africa will have a job to do tomorrow. As Bumrah continues to Markram, and Markram seems to have figured Bumrah out, as he hits a second boundary of Bumrah. Another cut shot that evades the field and goes away to the boundary for 4 runs. And it has also been given as a no ball. And South Africa are on 11 for naught. Yes, Bumrah is just overstepping that one. Next one is cut away to Gully, but there is no run. South Africa still trail by 87 runs. As Bumrah is coming in, right arm over the wicket, and Markram plays it out to cover where Rohit Sharma fields it. There is no run. South Africa on 11 for naught, Markram on 9, Elgar on 1, and Bumrah still has 1 delivery to be bowled in his second over. Bumrah right arm over the wicket to Markram, who flicks that off his pads, and mid-on gives chase. That is, I think, Prasidh Krishna, and he can reel it in on the second try, but the South Africans take 2 and they end the third over on 13 for none, still 85 behind on first innings. Yes, sorry, yes, all out on day 1. Yes, yes, some of those 20 wickets on, yes, they are from 1888, 1902, 1902, 1890, 1951. There's one from 1951, 1896, 1882. Yeah, most of them are very, very early tests. 32. But there's also one, it's the 2019, I think it's, yes, the Lord's Test. The Lord's Test from 2019, where 20 wickets fell on the first day. That's in 2019. I think that's the most recent one where that happened on the first day. Brian. Rohit Sharma is, of course, persisting with Mohammad Siraj. Why wouldn't he? Siraj, definitely the pick of the bowlers for India in the first innings. He took 6 for 15. There are 3 slips in for Siraj, who is bowling to the left-handed Markram. The first 2 deliveries of the fourth over are played out for dots by Elgar. And the third one seems to have hit Elgar on the fingers. He didn't expect that to bounce as much as it did. Looking at his hands, still no run. The bottom hand comes off the handle, no run. The next one is defended, or is an attempted on drive, relatively straight on drive from Elgar. It is stopped by Siraj though, and there is no run. He can't field it cleanly, and there was no chance of a catch as Elgar played it along the ground. Siraj still with figures of none for none after 1.5 overs. Final delivery of his second over to come now. Siraj right arm over the wicket to Elgar, who cuts that away behind backward point, and it runs away to the boundary. And that is the third 4 of the innings. The first one for Elgar. The first 2 had been to Markram, who had taken Bumrah to the boundary. And South Africa, after 4 overs, are 17 for no loss. The deficit is 81 runs. Yes, what are your predictions, everyone watching, as there are commercials on the TV feed? You can always get in touch with us over the YouTube chat, or you can tweet us. There is the Twitter handle. You can use that as Bumrah continues to Markram, and this one is onto his pads. Markram defends very correctly with a very straight bat back towards Bumrah, but he plays it down into the ground. It bounces very high, and Bumrah fields it. There is no run. Bumrah, right arm over the wicket to Markram, and this one is almost a carbon copy of the last delivery. Bolted straight at the stumps. Markram defends with a straight bat, and there is no run. This one may be a bit shorter. It was still on a good length, but the one before was maybe a bit fuller. Doesn't matter. The result is the same. No run. And next one, there is an appeal. It is again wicket to wicket by Bumrah, who comes right arm over the wicket, and it hits Markram in front of the stumps probably. Umpire is not interested. DRS timer is ticking down, and no one is sure that that would have been out. It hits him on the thigh, relatively high, and it would probably have gone over the stumps, and if it hadn't gone over the stumps, it would probably have missed the leg stump as it seamed into him. Probably a correct decision not to take that review. Next one is played into the outfield, and there it is fielded by Ravi Jadeja, and they take a couple as he punches that through the covers. But Jadeja is herring after it, can stop it, throws it back in, and restricts South Africa to a couple. Markram on 13, Elgar on 5. Penultimate delivery of this Bumrah over, and it is cut away by Markram, who again underestimates the bounce that Bumrah gets. But it is fielded inside the ring, and there is no run. Final delivery of the over coming up. Bumrah, right arm over the wicket, on and off stump line, a bit fuller, and a Markram, Elgar. No, Markram defends it. Elgar is now on strike. It ticked over very quickly on the scoreboard. Markram defends it. There is no run. After 5 overs, South Africa are 19 for no loss. 2 runs of this Jasprit Bumrah over, his third, and we have Aiden Markram on 13 and Dean Elgar on 5. South Africa's deficit is 79 as Mohamed Siraj continues to Elgar, and that looked like an outside edge, as we are seeing a replay of Hawkeye of that appeal for LBW against Markram, and it wouldn't have been out. It would have, the on-field umpire's decision would have been upheld as it was missing the wickets. Markram steers 2 consecutive balls. Elgar steers 2 consecutive balls to the slip cordon, but both of them along the ground. There are no runs of the first 2 deliveries of Siraj's third over. Right arm over the wicket to Elgar, very short, and is that a drop? Is that a drop by KL Rahul behind the stumps? This bounces. Did it take the glove of Elgar? Yes, it looks like it almost looked like a missed chance. Did he get something onto that? No one else seems to think so. Anyway, KL Rahul couldn't gather it cleanly. Next one is short, and he has to hop around, but he manages to defend it. There is no run. South Africa remain on 19 for no loss. 5th delivery, again he has to hop to defend it into the offside, and again there is no run. Siraj is getting a lot of bounce here. He's not bowling it too short. He's just getting a lot of bounce off a length, which seems to surprise Elgar a bit. Final delivery. This one is a bit shorter, a lot of bounce, and Elgar ducks under it. And that is a maiden for Mohamed Siraj. After 6 overs, South Africa are 19 for no loss. Markram remains on 13, Elgar on 5. Markram to face the first delivery of the 7th over, whoever is going to bowl it. I think it will be Bumrah. Oh no! it won't be Bumrah. There is a change of bowling, and after 3 overs, Bumrah is taken out of the attack, and Mukesh Kumar is brought on. Kumar is right arm over the wicket to Markram, and he hits him on the thigh pad, but I think that would have missed the stumps on height, and it would have probably gone down leg as Elgar is going down to the ground. There is no run. There was an appeal by Mukesh. No one else seemed that interested though. Next one is wider outside the off stump. There is a bit of swing into Markram from Mukesh here, and Markram leaves it. There is no run. South Africa remain on 19 for no loss. The deficit still 79. Three slips in for Mukesh as the next one is defended into the offside by Markram, and there is no run. Plays it very correctly on the front foot. Next one is another appeal for LBW. This time there seems to be a bit more interest as Markram gets hit, probably in front of middle stump. Rohit Sharma has reviewed that decision. Let's see the replay. Kumar is coming over the wicket. He bowls that one on a middle and off line. It hits Markram on the back thigh, bounces around between his legs a bit. Markram bends over. We are now seeing ultra edge. There is no inside edge, and we have ball tracking, and it is pitching outside off. Impact is in line, but the wickets is umpire's call. It would have been a marginal call on the top of leg. The on-field decision remains not out, but India retain the review. South Africa still trail by 79. Markram on 13, Elgar on 5. South Africa 19 for no loss. Well, what a dramatic session it has been so far, as Mukesh comes in for the 5th delivery of his first over, and this is left alone by Markram, gathered by KL Rahul, and there is no run. As a friend of the show, Navleen, says on Twitter, she can't even watch it anymore. I was just glancing through while working. Now I just have closed that tab, to be honest, she says. Well, I'm sorry. But I can understand it. It's been a very dramatic third session. After a very dramatic first session and a much less dramatic second session. But I'm not that disappointed with the drama happening right at the start of the third session. Otherwise, we would have had maybe 4 days or 3.5 days of relatively pointless cricket to look forward to. Because if the Indian lead on first innings would have been around 200, 250, which was very much possible after that first session, South Africa would have been out of this match, actually. And so they are still in it. They're in it with a long shot, but they're still in it. Siraj to bowl his 4th over, the 8th in the match. First delivery is a single after Kumar bowled a maiden with maybe something to give the South African batters something to worry about. 2 appeals for leg before by Mukesh in that over. The South Africans lucky to survive that without any damage. Markram now back on strike, and he peels that off his pad. But there is no run as it is fielded inside the circle. 3 runs thus far. And we have 3 slips and a gully for Markram. Siraj coming in, and Markram plays that out to gully. There is a no run. Markram on 14, Elgar on 7. 1 ball to come. South Africa 22 for no loss. There is a gap of around 3 meters between the slips, and then a gap of 6 meters between third slip and gully. Siraj coming in to Markram, fuller ball defended off the front foot, fielded by the bowler, and there is no run. 8 overs gone in the second innings for South Africa. They are 22 for no loss. 3 runs off this Mohammad Siraj over. Markram on 14, Elgar on 7. Around 20 minutes to go until the scheduled close of play. According to the live ticker, there are still 19 overs remaining to be bowled in the day. Let's see if we get an extended third session here. Mukesh Kumar continuing, and First delivery is a dot ball by Elgar into the onside. Score remains 22 for no loss. Second delivery, right arm over the wicket, and this one is on the stumps, and it is guided down to fine leg by Elgar. They run one, and it has been given as a no ball. Yes, it is a no ball as we see the replay. He's not over by that much. His foot is still touching the crease, but as we all know, the crease belongs to the umpire. Next one by Markram is a drive, and that one is another boundary for South Africa. This is Markram's third boundary, and it is the fourth overall for South Africa, who now race on to 28 for no loss after 8.2 overs. Next one is ducked under by Elgar, by Markram, and there is no run. No, it's not ducked under it. It almost my feed is a bit choppy. I'm very, very sorry, but the replay showed that he got an inside glove, if you want, and he was bending over. Looked like he was ducking under it with some dodgy stream, because the bitrate is a bit choppy. That's all. Next one is given as a leg bye. So South Africa are now on 29 for no loss, trailing by 69. Fifth ball of the over, and this one is chopped out to gully by Elgar. There is no run. Final delivery of Mukesh's second over. Markram is facing up. Mukesh is coming right arm around the wicket to Markram, and that one is driven square by Elgar. Beats the field. Fifth boundary of the innings. Second for Elgar. After 9 overs, South Africa are 33 for no loss. 11 overs of Mukesh's second over. Elgar on 12, Markram on 18. The deficit is 65 runs, and India looking a bit like their bowler have lost the plot a bit after taking a heap of wickets very early on in the first innings. South Africa have now reached 33 for no loss, at which point during the first innings they had lost almost 5. They lost their 5th wicket for 34 runs. Siraj continues, and he beats Markram's outside edge as Markram tries to defend with a straight bat. Rahul takes it cleanly, but there is no outside edge. He's playing inside the line of the ball there, and there is no run. Second delivery. Again beats the outside edge as Markram defends with a straight bat, or plucks the bat down straight, very, very straight. Not that much movement here from Siraj. Maybe a bit less than Markram anticipated, and it beats him on the outside. And this one is driven to point. And that's another 4 runs from Markram. Played uppishly. Beats all the fielders. 4 runs. South Africa move on to 37 for no loss. 61 the deficit now, as Markram faces up to Siraj again, who bowls this very full. Markram can only get it out into the leg side. There is no run though, as it is fielded. He remains on 22, Elgar on 12. We have 3 slips, a gully, backward point, mid on, mid off, and backward square leg. Next delivery is another dot. And South Africa remain on 37 for no loss, 61 runs behind. Final delivery of Siraj's 5th over. Length around off, defended to mid off by Markram, and there is no run. Um, 9 minutes until the scheduled close of play in Cape Town now. Officially, there are 17 overs remaining in the day. After this 5th over of Mohammad Siraj, which brought South Africa 4 runs, we have Aiden Markram on 22 and Dean Elgar on 12, as Mukesh Kumar is continuing. He's bowling his 3rd over of the innings. First one, right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Elgar. Elgar plays inside the line, and there is no run. KL Rahul gathers it cleanly. He was trying to guide it down to third man, try to push it to third man, missed it. No run. Mukesh Kumar to Elgar, right arm around the wicket, bowled on a length outside the off stump, and this one is nicked by Elgar to the slips, where Virat Kohli takes a catch off Mukesh Kumar. Dean Elgar, the captain, has to go. The first wicket to fall in the second innings of South Africa. He is out. Caught Kohli, bowled Mukesh Kumar for 12. South Africa are 37 for 1. Well. Chris the Choir is with us on YouTube, listening live for a short while after replaying the last 2 overs of India's innings in disbelief. Impressed by your mastery of understatement. Dramatic indeed. Great to hear, Leah. Bravo. Thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, I mean, what can you say? You can get very, very hyperbolic. I probably would have done if I hadn't done it alone. I feel always a bit silly, losing my mind on commentary when I'm doing it alone. I have to admit. Yes, but that was a real dramatic end to India's first innings, as we have Tony de Zorzi coming out at number 3 for South Africa. In his, I think it's his fourth. No, it's his fourth match. De Zorzi, in his fourth match, he played 2 tests earlier last year against the West Indies, where he made his debut. Then he obviously played the first test against India in this series. He has made 144 runs in his test career. His high score is 85, and he has an average of 24. He will now face up to Mukesh Kumar. Kumar, right arm around the wicket to the left-handed De Zorzi, bowls it on his legs, and he defends it in front of his stumps into the offside, as we see replays of Markram nicking off to Kohli in the slips, and I don't know what Kohli is doing. I can only liken it to the old man dance that people like John Carpenter do on stage during their performances. Everyone is congratulating Elgar on an amazing career now that he's been dismissed for the last time in Test cricket, as far as we know. It's a nice touch for him to captain his team in his first Test appearance for South Africa. You didn't miss much on the pitch in the meantime. De Zorzi has been blocking Mukesh for all the balls he faced thus far. And here comes Mukesh again to De Zorzi, right arm around the wicket. They are running but De Zorzi is sending Markram back. Markram has to dive to get behind the crease there, as De Zorzi was running towards the danger end. And that is the end of the over. South Africa 37 for 1. A wicket maiden in his third over from Mukesh Kumar. And Dean Elgar, the captain, is the first South African wicket to fall in South Africa's second innings. We have now seen 21 wickets falling in the day thus far, as Bumrah is now replacing Siraj, and he is taken for a couple down towards third man by Aiden Markram, who moves on to 24. 39 for 1. The deficit for South Africa is now 59. Brian in Brisbane says, "Hey, don't be ageist there about old man dancing." No, I'm not. I'm not being ageist, but it's you should really look up John Carpenter live performance. He does a very John Carpenter. He does what you would expect from John Carpenter if you tell John Carpenter to dance. Behind the keyboard, it's very endearing. It's endearing to watch. Actually, I really like Carpenter. I like his music, and it's great to see him now at his age. I mean, he is in his 70s, going on tour for the first time for a couple of years ago, with all the music that he wrote, not just as soundtracks for his movies, but also original stuff that has been released over the past few years. It's very much in the same style as the music he has written for his movies, but it's original material. Well, what is going on here? Fourth delivery of the over is bowled outside the off stump, around the wicket by the right arm Bumrah to the left-handed De Zorzi, and it's defended back to the bowler. A bowler fielded by Bumrah, and there is no run. South Africa on 40 for 1, the deficit 58. 2 deliveries to come in Bumrah's fourth over. Right arm round the wicket to De Zorzi, who manages to play that out into the leg side, very square of the wicket. It's not what he was planning to do. Looks a bit confused, but they still scamper through for a very quick single. So De Zorzi is off the mark. He is on 1 of 6, and Markram to face the final delivery of Bumrah's fourth over. Bumrah right arm over the wicket to Markram, who defends it with bat and pad together. 41 for 1 South Africa after 12 overs. 4 of this Bumrah over, the 12th of the innings, 41 for 1. Markram on 25, De Zorzi on 1. Bumrah has figures of none for 19 of 4 overs. And the ground time is 2 minutes past 5. And it looks like we have taken the extra half hour. Next one by Mukesh to De Zorzi. Mukesh coming right arm around the wicket to De Zorzi, who hangs out his bat, gets a nick through to the keeper, and he has to go for one. Has he reviewed it? There has been an appeal. The Indians seem absolutely convinced they got their man. De Zorzi is not leaving the field of play yet. Now he's turning around. Is he walking? This one is full. And there is a deviation as the ball passes the bat. No question that he nicked it, and the replays show that KL Rahul has taken that one low but clean, and that one is out. Tony De Zorzi has to go. Caught Rahul bowled Mukesh Kumar for 1. And South Africa are 41 for 2. Still 57 runs in the hole. De Zorzi has faced 7 balls in his innings. That is a strike rate of 14.28. And that brings the debutant Stubbs back out into the middle, who my colleague Adit likened to a very young Hugo Weaving earlier in the day during the first innings, the first session. He is on debut today, and Mukesh Kumar is coming in over the wicket to the right-handed Stubbs, who leaves his first delivery faced, and it goes through to the keeper, and there is no run. Chris the Choir saying that I should channel my inner bear or go for a Hendo rant. Yeah. I mean, yes, okay. Can I really go for a Hendo rant? I mean, yes, it was absolutely unnecessary to give 6 wickets away at the end of the innings for the Indian lower order tail, if you want. But on the other hand, their lead at the time was around 198. Yes, it wasn't. It was a bit suboptimal from the Indian lower order and tail. Rahul and everyone below him going for very low scores, if not ducks. I think Rahul is the only one who didn't go for a duck. But yeah, the pitch seems to be very, very sporting thus far. And I mean, South Africa are effectively minus 57 and already 2 wickets down. So even though the Indians probably gave away another 30 to 40 runs, they are still ahead in this match. They're not as far ahead as I would have predicted after the first innings, after the South African first innings, but they are still ahead in this match. As we are coming to the final 2 deliveries of Mukesh's 4th over here. He has figures of 2 for 11. Right arm over the wicket to Stubbs, who plays that into the ground. It bounces high and behind him, and it is taken by the keeper. Was probably a bit high, the bounce. No danger for the stumps there. Next one is played out to mid-off, and there is no run. South Africa end the 13th over on 42 for 2. There was 1 run and 1 wicket. The 1 run was a no ball from Mukesh. We have Tristan Stubbs on 0 and Aiden Markram on 25. Let's see if we have anyone on Twitter with us. Not that I can see. Well, of course, you can tweet me. There is the Twitter handle, and you can also, of course, use the YouTube chat, as there is another change of ends for Bumrah. He is bowling to Markram. No, it's not. The change of ends was last over. And his first delivery is flicked into the gap by Markram, and South Africa take a single, bringing that total to 44 for 2. Markram on 27, Stubbs on 0. Bumrah coming in, right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Markram, who defends this one, and it dribbles out into the offside. There is no run. Yeah, Markram looking solid so far. After he had a bit of a horror first innings. He made 2 runs of 10 balls in the first innings. He was Mohammad Sirar's first victim in that first innings. He is now facing up again to Jasprit Bumrah. Bumrah coming in, right arm over the wicket, defended, and the fielder at point is coming in, fielding that. There is no run. And apparently, Brian will really like that fact. On Cricinfo, someone is asking if Elgar is indeed the first batsman out twice in the same day in his farewell test, which he is not, apparently. Elgar is in fact the second. Australia's Jack Barrett is the first to be dismissed on the first day of his final test twice. So Jack Barrett, first man to be dismissed twice on the first day of his final test. Bumrah coming in to Markram, right arm over the wicket. And this is flicked out into the leg side by Markram for another dot ball. And that ends the 14th over. South Africa 44 for 2. 2 runs coming off the 5th over from Jasprit Bumrah. And there are some concerned faces in the crowd. Some of the faces that were very much gung-ho, very gung-ho during the final collapse of India's lower order / tail. As South Africa are still trailing by 45 runs, as Mukesh Kumar, who has taken both wickets, is coming in to Tristan Stubbs. Kumar, right arm over the wicket to Stubbs, who can only defend this out to mid-on. And there is no run. Yes, I guess the South Africans would have been relatively happy with where the match is at right now if they hadn't lost any wickets. If they had gone to stumps on 44 for naught, 54 runs still behind, they would have probably seen that as a decent recovery from where the game was after the completion of the first innings of India. As Mukesh is coming in to Stubbs again, who still can't make a run. Still on naught of 9 now. Fourth delivery of Mukesh over, right arm over the wicket, and there is an appeal for leg before wicket, but I think this one is a thick inside edge by Stubbs onto his front pad around the knee roll. But Rohit Sharma has been persuaded by his bowler to review that after the on-field umpire has given that one not out. My first instinct would be to say that there was an inside edge that deflected the ball onto Tristan Stubbs front pad, and no, it's not. There is no bat involved. There is indeed a lot of seam movement for Mukesh, and now the only question is this going to hit the wickets? And it is not, as it is pitching outside off with impact in line, but it is way too much bounce, missing the wickets, and the on-field decision stands, is vindicated. India lose a review. South Africa still 44 for 2, trailing by 54 runs. And Mukesh is coming in again, right arm over the wicket to Stubbs. And what has happened there? He seems to have missed that. No, it's an uncertain push, and on the bounce it goes to keeper KL Rahul, and Kohli can't believe that didn't take an edge to down to the keeper. Doing his best Supun impression, I have to admit. Taking off his glasses, doing his best Supun impression. Final delivery of the over is another dot ball, and Mukesh ends his fifth with figures of 2 for 12. Only one. No, it's the final one is not a dot, it's a single. They take one run of this final. They scamper and stops us off the mark. Finally, he's on 1 of 12. Markram on 27. South Africa 45 for 2. So the debutant is farming the strike to protect Aiden Markram. And Bumrah continues. He's coming over the wicket, still 3 slips, and this one just dies in front of the slip cordon as he gets an outside edge to that one. And there is no run. Dies just in front of the slips. There's some encouraging words for the bowler from former captain Virat Kohli. Bumrah in, right arm over the wicket, and this time he takes the edge and the ball carries, not to the slips, but to keeper KL Rahul. And Tristan Stubbs is gone, caught Rahul, bowled Bumrah for 1. And that one came off the shoulder, off the bat, as it bounced way higher than he anticipated. I think he underestimated Bumrah's bounce a lot there. Never mind, 45 for 3. The deficit still 53 runs. As Stubbs has to go for 1. And that should bring at number 4. Oh, sorry, 5, of course. David Bedingham. David Bedingham batted at number 5 in the first innings. In at 5, David Bedingham. Indeed, he is in at number 5. As we have on Brian on YouTube, Brian in Brisbane, top stat that a small group indeed, one that not too many would want to join. Yes. Brian in Brisbane is also saying, poor Supun, he did have a rough time. Yes, I know. It was just the expression. Supun sometimes has a tendency to do the basically a Murali, where he really opens his eyes very, very wide, and he can do it really, really well. And Kohli was doing that as well. He was also seen dancing with Shubman Gill here between overs or during the wicket celebration. As Bedingham marks his arrival at the crease with a very straight drive for 4 runs. South Africa 49 for 3. Still trailing by 49 though. Markram on 27 and Bedingham on 4. Bumrah is now in the wickets as well. He has figures of 1 for 25 after 5.4 overs, as Elgar is sitting stone-faced on the balcony. Bumrah in for the 5th ball, and there is an outside edge by Bedingham, but this one also fell short of the slips, as both Kohli and Jaiswal were diving towards it. They collide, but it actually, the ball died about 15 centimeters in front of them, maybe 30 centimeters in front of them. No chance for both of them. But it made for a funny visual. Right arm over the wicket, and Bedingham can do no better than to defend this one straight back down the track. And that is the end of Bumrah's 6th over. South Africa 49 for 3, still trailing by 49. As we are seeing the scorecard, Markram not out on 27, Elgar caught Kohli, bowled Mukesh 12, the Zorzi caught Rahul, bowled Mukesh 1, Stubbs caught Rahul, bowled Bumrah 1, and Bedingham not out 4. And it looks like Mukesh Kumar is continuing the attack, and the first ball is a cheeky single by Aiden Markram, bringing Bedingham back onto strike, and that means the 50 is up for South Africa. As Brian asks, a gog, is that close? Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's how I'd describe it. It's like when you are very tired and you need to keep yourself awake, and you take a deep breath and open your eyes as wide as you can. Kohli was doing that. And second delivery of Mukesh's 6th over is taken for a couple by Bedingham, who moves on to 6 of 5. Next delivery is right arm over the wicket, and this is flicked to fine leg. They take a single. And it has also been given as a no ball, presumably because Mukesh overstepped. Indeed, he did by a little bit. He was still hitting the line, but the line belongs to the umpire. And that is indeed a no ball. 4th no ball of the innings. Next one is defended by Markram, and there is a dot. Including the no ball, that brings us to half an over. 3 legal deliveries bowled by Mukesh in his 6th. He has figures of 2 for 17. Mukesh right arm over the wicket, and this one is guided to fine leg by Markram, and it runs away to the boundary, and that is 4 runs. South Africa 58 for 3, trailing by 40 runs now. And let's have a look at the time at the ground. It is 17:28 local time in Cape Town, and I would guess that they may get one over in after this one, but first Markram is not done with Mukesh yet, and that is a drive through extra cover from Aiden Markram, and this one goes for 4 as well. Consecutive boundaries here for Aiden Markram of Mukesh Kumar, with 1 more delivery to come in the 17th over. South Africa are now 62 for 3, trailing by 36 runs. We have Aiden Markram on 36 and David Bedingham on 7. Final delivery of Mukesh Kumar's 6th over. Aiden Markram is the batsman facing, as Virat Kohli is fixing the stumps and bails. Apparently the bails fell off. No one appealed. There seems to be a bit of confusion between Kohli and KL Rahul. Markram seems unimpressed. And now the clock has hit 5:30. So presumably this means stumps after the next delivery from Mukesh Kumar, who is in consultation with his captain Virat Kohli, who joined him at his mark. I'm not certain what they are discussing, but apparently they have agreed on a course of action, as Mukesh Kumar is coming in right arm over the wicket. Markram plays this out to point, and there is no run, and that is indeed stumps in Cape Town. South Africa end the first day on 62 for 3. Yes, you have heard that right. South Africa end the first day on 62 for 3 in their second innings. We have seen 23 wickets fall on the first day of this second test of India's tour of South Africa. South Africa were all out on for 55 in their first innings after having won the toss and decided to bat. India replied with 153 all out, where at one point they were 153 for 4, then threw away 6 wickets for no runs at all, ending their innings on 153 all out. In their second innings, the South Africans began a bit better than they did in the first one. They lost their first wicket after they scored 37 runs. It was captain Dean Elgar, the second man in Test history to be dismissed on the first day of his final test twice. He was gone for 12. The other wickets to fall were Tony de Zorzi and Tristan Stubbs. Dean Elgar was caught Kohli, bowled Mukesh Kumar for 12, and Tony de Zorzi was caught Rahul, bowled Mukesh Kumar for 1. Tristan Stubbs fell, caught Rahul, bowled Bumrah for 1, and that brings the total, including 5 no balls, to 62 for 3. Pick of the bowlers for India's second innings, obviously Mukesh Kumar, who took 2 for 25. The other wicket was taken by Bumrah, who took 1 for 25. Mohammad Siraj, the hero of India in the first innings, he took 6 for 15, his all-time best figures in an innings. He is luckless he's unlucky in the second innings, I should say. He took none for 11. And despite this very, very spectacular collapse of India in their second innings, with the lower order and tail not really contributing any runs, India are still ahead in this match, mainly thanks to South Africa collapsing top to bottom in the first innings. The high score in that first innings was 15 runs by keeper Karl Verreynne. He one of two South African batsmen to make double figures. The other one being David Bedingham. Extras being tied for third highest scorer for South Africa in that first innings on 5 with Rabada. High score in India's first innings was Virat Kohli. There were 3 batsmen making double figures: Sharma, Gill, and Kohli. And the other score that wasn't a duck was KL Rahul, who made 8. Everyone else made a duck. There were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ducks and 1 not out, to be fair, making it 153. So, well, what do we say? I think this looks like one of those. It might look like a 2-day test. Let's be honest. After the first test was very one-sided in South Africa, in South Africa's favor, this one doesn't look too bad for India, even though their first inning score wasn't the best. In the context of the match, it is probably fine, as they are going into the second day still 36 runs ahead on first innings, needing another 7 South African wickets to dismiss South Africa in their second innings. Well, let's have a look if we have any final social media. Brian in Brisbane, I meant close. Yes, okay, that was a typo. Okay. Anything on the social media? There is a message. I'll have to look that. I'll look at that later. Yes. Well, thank you very much to all the listeners for listening to this broadcast. We will, of course, be back tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. South African time for the second day of the second test of this India tour of South Africa. Thank you very much again to Adit, who won't be available tomorrow, sadly, but Jess, who was also on, and thank you very much for being on today, Jess. She will be back with us tomorrow, and yes, watch out. I will schedule the live stream for coverage of the second day of this test shortly. Thank you very, very much, everybody, and good night, and see you tomorrow. Bye.